Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today I will read some new Reddit stories for you to relax, sleep, study to, or just as some background noise. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And now let's get started. Story 1. I moved to the city 6 months ago for a new job, and like most young professionals, I was quickly confronted with the harsh reality of urban rent prices. Every apartment I looked at was either a shoebox for $2,000 a month or a decent space in a neighborhood where I'd need to budget for a bulletproof vest. That's when I found the Meridian Apartments. The building looked normal enough from the outside, 12 stories of red brick and Art Deco styling from the 1920s. Situated in a surprisingly nice neighborhood, just 3 blocks from the metro. The apartment itself was spacious, updated, and the rent was almost 40% below market rate. When I asked the landlord about the price, he gave me some vague explanation about rent control and grandfathered rates. I didn't ask too many questions. Big mistake. Everything was fine for the first 3 months. I settled into my routine, made friends with a few neighbors, and started to feel at home. The building had its quirks, sure. The elevator would sometimes skip floors. The hallways always smelled faintly of something I couldn't quite identify, like old copper pennies mixed with ozone, and occasionally I'd hear strange mechanical sounds coming from somewhere above me. But hey, it's an old building. Old buildings make weird noises. The first real sign something was off came on a Tuesday night in late September. I'd been working late and got home around 11. I pressed the button for the elevator, exhausted and ready to collapse into bed. When the elevator arrived and the doors opened, there was a woman inside I'd never seen before. She was probably in her 60s, wearing a floral dress that looked like it was from another era, and she was holding a small bird cage with a canary inside. She smiled at me as I stepped in, and I pressed the button for the 8th floor, where my apartment was located. As the doors closed, I noticed she hadn't pressed any button. The elevator started moving up. I glanced at the floor indicator and watched it climb. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then it should have stopped, but it didn't. The number 13 lit up, and the elevator came to a smooth halt. The doors opened onto a hallway that looked nothing like the rest of the building. Where the other floors had been renovated with modern lighting and fresh paint, this hallway looked original to the 1920s. Dark wood paneling, brass sconces with actual flame-shaped bulbs, and a long burgundy carpet runner that looked hand-woven. The woman with the birdcage stepped out without a word, and the doors closed behind her. I stood there in shock for a moment before frantically pressing the button for the 8th floor. Nothing happened. I tried the door close button, the door open button, every floor button. Nothing. Then, just as suddenly as it had stopped working, the elevator lurched back to life and descended to my floor. I practically ran to my apartment and locked the door behind me. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd been half asleep and confused. Maybe the floor indicator had glitched. Maybe I'd dozed off. But curiosity got the better of me. I started paying attention to the elevator. The button panel only went up to 12. I counted the floors from outside. 12 stories. I looked at the building directory in the lobby. 12 floors listed. But that night, I rode the elevator up and down for an hour, watching the indicator carefully. 9 times out of 10, it worked normally. But on the 10th trip, when I was alone and it was past midnight, the elevator went to 13 again. This time I was ready. When the doors opened, I stepped out. The hallway stretched in both directions, much longer than it should have been given the building's footprint. There were doors on both sides, each with a brass number plate. 1301, 1302, 1303. I walked slowly down the corridor, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The air felt different here, heavier somehow, and that strange smell I sometimes caught in the regular hallways was much stronger. I heard music coming from behind one of the doors. Big band jazz, the kind my grandfather used to listen to. From another door, I heard the distinct clacking of a typewriter. Further down, someone was playing a violin, the notes clean and melancholic. It was after midnight on a Wednesday, but the entire floor seemed alive with activity. At the end of the hallway was a large window, and when I looked out, my stomach dropped. The view was wrong. I was on the 13th floor, which should have been the top of the building, but I was looking down at the city from at least twice that height. The streets below looked different too. The cars were older, the streetlights were different, and buildings I knew had been torn down decades ago stood gleaming in the night. I heard the elevator ding behind me, and I ran back, diving through the doors just as they started to close. When I got back to my apartment, I pulled up everything I could find about the Meridian Apartments online. That's when things got really weird. The building was constructed in 1927 by a developer named Augustus Meridian. He was obsessed with the occult and architectural mysticism. The building was designed with specific proportions based on some esoteric mathematical principles. Construction was plagued with problems. 3 workers died in accidents during the build, all on the 13th floor. Then, in 1929, just after the building opened, Augustus himself died. He fell from a window on the 13th floor. After his death, the building changed hands several times. Each owner tried to renovate, but they all reported the same problems. Contractors refused to work on certain floors. Residents complained about strange occurrences. In 1947, the building was purchased by a company called Eternal Holdings. See, the first thing they did was renumber the floors, eliminating the 13th entirely. Floor 12 was followed by floor 14. The 13th floor officially ceased to exist. But it was still there. I'd been there. I became obsessed. Every night, I'd ride the elevator, trying to get back to the 13th floor. It didn't happen every time, but when it did, I explored a little more. I started recognizing patterns. The floor only appeared after midnight. You had to be alone in the elevator, and most importantly, you couldn't be looking for it. The times I managed to get there were always when I was distracted or thinking about something else. I started seeing residents from the 13th floor, in other parts of the building. The woman with the birdcage, a man in a pinstripe suit who was always reading the same newspaper from 1929, a young couple who dressed like they were going to a speakeasy. They moved through the building like ghosts, but they were solid, real. Other residents never seemed to notice them. One night, I worked up the courage to knock on one of the doors on the 13th floor. Door 1307. I'd seen light under it several times and heard someone moving around inside. A man answered, probably in his 40s, wearing a vest and shirt sleeves. He looked at me with mild surprise. He asked if I was lost. I stammered something about being a resident and exploring. He smiled and introduced himself as Robert Hutchinson. He invited me in for coffee. His apartment was frozen in time, decorated in complete 1920s style, but everything looked new. We sat in his living room and he told me he'd lived there since the building opened. He was a stockbroker. He'd been getting ready for work on the morning of October 24th, 1929, when he noticed something odd about the light coming through his window. He said he'd been trying to leave ever since. He couldn't explain exactly what happened, but everyone on the 13th floor was stuck. They could move around the building, but they couldn't leave it. They existed in some kind of temporal loop, living the same period over and over. For them, it was always 1929, always those few golden weeks before the crash that would change everything. He explained that Augustus Meridian had designed the building as a kind of trap, though whether he meant to, or whether it was an accident of his occult geometry, nobody knew. The 13th floor existed in a pocket of frozen time. People who lived there when the building first opened, who were present on that specific date when Augustus died, became trapped in that moment. I asked why they couldn't leave. He walked to his window and gestured for me to look down. The streets below were bustling with Model T cars and people in period clothing. He told me that was their world, their time. If they tried to go further than the building's footprint, they'd snap back like a rubber band. They could go down to the other floors, could even interact with people from other times. But they always returned to the 13th floor. They always returned to 1929. The building, he explained, existed in multiple time periods simultaneously. The regular floors I lived on were anchored to 2024. The 13th floor was anchored to 1929. And there might be other floors, other pockets of time that only appeared under certain conditions. The building was less a structure and more a collection of temporal bubbles, all occupying the same physical space, but separated by decades. I asked if I was in danger of becoming trapped. He didn't know. I was only visiting, only passing through, but he warned me to be careful. The longer I spent on the 13th floor, the more I risked becoming entangled with its timeline. There had been others over the years, visitors like me who got too curious. Some of them stopped being able to leave. I should have stopped going after that conversation. I should have moved out, found a new apartment, paid the extra rent for peace of mind. But I couldn't stop. The 13th floor became magnetic. I started spending hours there, talking to the residents, learning their stories. There was a jazz singer named Delilah who performed every night in her apartment for an invisible audience. A writer named Samuel who was perpetually whetting on the great American novel. A young couple, Thomas and Elizabeth, who had been married just 3 days when they became trapped. They'd all accepted their fate with varying degrees of grace. Some, like Robert, seemed resigned and almost content. Others, like Samuel, were slowly going mad, writing the same sentences over and over, unable to escape the loop of their own thoughts. Delilah performed with desperate passion, as if each song might be the one that breaks the spell. I learned that time moved differently on the 13th floor. An hour there might be 10 minutes in my time, or it might be 3 hours. It was inconsistent, unpredictable. I started arriving at work exhausted, unable to explain where I'd been all night. My friends stopped calling because I was always unavailable, always distracted, always talking about things that made no sense to them. Then came the night that changed everything. I was visiting Thomas and Elizabeth in their apartment, 1313. They were showing me their wedding photos, preserved in perfect condition after 95 years. Elizabeth was laughing, pointing out relatives and friends, when I noticed something in one of the photos. In the background, barely visible, was a figure that didn't belong. A person wearing modern clothes, holding what looked unmistakably like a smartphone. I pointed it out, and the room went silent. Thomas took the photo and examined it closely. He went pale. He told me that sometimes the barriers between times were thinner than others. Sometimes people from one era could slip through to another, could appear as ghosts or shadows in each other's worlds. But a photograph was different. A photograph was evidence. It meant the timelines were bleeding together. As if on cue, the apartment began to shake. Not like an earthquake, but like reality itself was vibrating at the wrong frequency. The lights flickered between electric bulbs and gas lamps. The furniture seemed to phase in and out, modern items appearing and disappearing. Through the window, the view shifted wildly between 1929, New York, and 2024, New York, the two images overlapping and separating like a broken film reel. Elizabeth grabbed my hand and told me to run. I bolted for the door and into the hallway. The entire 13th floor was in chaos. Doors were opening and closing by themselves. The hallway stretched and compressed like a funhouse mirror. I could hear voices from different eras, all talking at once, a cacophony of time periods colliding. I ran for the elevator, but the hallway kept extending, the elevator getting further away no matter how fast I ran. Then, I heard Augustus Meridian. I don't know how I knew it was him, but I knew. His voice echoed through the hallway, speaking in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. He was calling out, trying to complete whatever ritual he'd started 95 years ago. The building wasn't a trap by accident. It was a machine, and it was finally activating. I felt myself being pulled backward, deeper into the building, deeper into time. I could feel 1929 wrapping around me like a wet blanket, trying to absorb me into its frozen moment. Images flashed through my mind. The stock market crash, the Depression, World War II. Everything that had happened after 1929 was trying to assert itself against the building's magic, and I was caught in the middle. I don't remember how I made it to the elevator. One moment I was being pulled backward. The next I was falling forward through the elevator doors. I stabbed every button on the panel. The elevator dropped like a stone, the floor indicator spinning wildly through numbers that didn't exist. Negative floors. Floor 87. Floor Q. The elevator became a bullet fired through time itself. When the doors finally opened, I fell out into the lobby. The security guard rushed over to help me up. He asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I mumbled something about feeling sick and staggered to my apartment. When I checked the time, it was 3:47 a.m. I'd entered the elevator on the 13th floor at what felt like 11 p.m. Either I'd lost 5 hours, or I'd experienced time at a completely different rate. The next morning, I started packing. I'd given up trying to understand what was happening. I just needed to get out. But when I went to the building office to give my 30-day notice, the landlord wasn't there. Instead, there was a woman I'd never seen before sitting at the desk. She introduced herself as the property manager and asked how she could help me. I told her I needed to break my lease. She pulled up my file on her computer and frowned. She told me that according to their records, I'd been living in the building for 3 years, not 6 months. My lease had been renewed twice. I insisted there must be a mistake, but when she showed me the screen, there was my signature on lease documents dated years apart. She asked me if everything was all right, if something had happened in the building. I looked at her carefully and asked how long she'd worked there. She said she'd been the property manager for 15 years. Then I asked her about the 13th floor. Her expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. And she told me very calmly that the building didn't have a 13th floor. It went from 12 to 14. Surely I'd noticed that. I left the office without another word. Back in my apartment, I checked my phone, my computer, every document I had. Everything confirmed what the property manager had said. 3 years. I'd lived here for 3 years. My memories of the past 6 months were clear and sharp, but apparently, I'd lost 2.5 years somewhere in the process. I spent the rest of the day investigating. I called my workplace. They confirmed I'd been employed for 3 years. I checked my bank statements. 3 years of rent payments. I called my parents. They referenced conversations and events I had no memory of. Either everyone was lying to me, or I'd somehow skipped forward through time, living those years without remembering them. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Robert Hutchinson and the others, trapped in their endless 1929. Had I been trapped too? Had I been living in some kind of loop, repeating the same 6 months over and over, each repetition seeming like the first time? How many times had I discovered the 13th floor? How many times had I tried to leave? I got out of bed and went to the elevator. I rode it up and down for hours, but it never went to 13. The building had shut me out. Or maybe it had let me go. I couldn't tell if I'd escaped or if this was just another layer of the trap. Over the following weeks, I tried to accept my new reality. The missing 2.5 years remained a void in my memory, but life went on. I went to work, saw friends, did all the normal things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of the 13th floor residents in the building. The woman with the birdcage, the man with the newspaper. They'd look at me with sad understanding, like they knew something I didn't. Then, exactly 1 month after my conversation with the property manager, I found a note slipped under my door. It was written on thick, expensive paper, in fountain pen. The handwriting was elegant and old-fashioned. It was from Robert Hutchinson. The note said that I'd been partially absorbed by the 13th floor. When I spent those months there, I'd become entangled with its timeline. The 2.5 years I couldn't remember had happened, but they'd happened in a compressed time loop on the 13th floor. I'd been living in both times simultaneously, and my mind couldn't hold both sets of memories. He wrote that I was lucky. Most people who got caught between times lost themselves completely, becoming ghosts visible to both eras, but belonging to neither. I'd managed to anchor myself back to 2024, but parts of me were still on the 13th floor. Parts of me always would be. The note ended with a warning. The building was waking up. Whatever Augustus Meridian had tried to accomplish was reaching completion. The barriers between the time periods were thinning. Soon, they might collapse entirely. When that happened, the building would become unstuck from normal time completely. Every era it had touched would exist simultaneously, overlapping and colliding. Everyone inside would be trapped in the chaos. He told me to leave. Get out and never come back. Don't look for the 13th floor again. Don't try to understand what happened to those 2.5 years. Just go and live my life in the normal flow of time. I should have listened. I should have packed up that night and found a hotel. Started looking for a new apartment immediately. But I couldn't leave the others trapped there. Delilah still singing to her invisible audience. Samuel, slowly drowning in his own repeated words. Thomas and Elizabeth, frozen on the 4th day of their marriage. So, I started researching Augustus Meridian in earnest. I dug through old newspapers, city records, occult texts. I found references to his architectural theories, his belief that buildings could be designed to trap and manipulate time. He'd studied with strange teachers in Europe and learned geometric principles that predated modern mathematics. The Meridian Apartments was his masterwork, his attempt to create a structure that existed outside of linear time. But I also found evidence that he'd made a mistake. The building was supposed to be a time machine, a way to move freely between eras. Instead, it had become a prison. He'd realized this too late. His death wasn't an accident. He'd jumped, trying to break his own creation, hoping that his sacrifice would undo the spell. It hadn't worked. The building persisted, and now it was accelerating toward whatever catastrophic conclusion its creator had tried to prevent. I'm writing this now because I think I've found a way to stop it. In Augustus's notes, there are references to a specific date and time when the building's power will peak, when all the temporal bubbles will try to merge. If I can disrupt the building's geometry, at that exact moment, introduce chaos into its perfect mathematical proportions, I might be able to break the spell. The date is 3 days from now, December 22nd, at 3:33 a.m. The winter solstice, the longest night, a time when Augustus believed the barriers between worlds were thinnest. I've been preparing, gathering the materials I'll need, studying the building's blueprints. I know where the critical structural points are. I know what needs to be done. But there's a catch. To break the spell, I'll need to be on the 13th floor when it happens. And there's a very good chance I won't make it back out. I might become permanently trapped in 1929, or worse, scattered across all the different time periods the building touches. I might cease to exist entirely, erased when the timelines collapse. I've been trying to decide if it's worth it. The rational part of my brain says to just leave, save myself, let whatever's going to happen happen. But I keep thinking about Robert and Delilah and all the others. They've been trapped for 95 years. They deserve better than an eternity of repetition. And selfishly, I need to know what happened to those 2.5 years. Part of me is still on the 13th floor, and I can't be whole until I either reclaim that part or let it go completely. So, in 3 days, I'm going to try. I'm posting this now as a record, in case it all goes wrong. If you're reading this and you're looking at cheap apartments in the city, be wary of deals that seem too good to be true. Check the elevator buttons carefully. Count the floors from outside. And if you ever find yourself on a floor that shouldn't exist, get out immediately. The Meridian apartments are still standing, still renting at below market rates. The listing photos look normal. The lobby looks clean and welcoming. But somewhere between the 12th and 14th floors, there's a pocket of frozen time, and it's getting hungrier. The building wants to grow. It wants to trap more moments, more people, more lives. I've accepted that I might not survive trying to stop it, but I have to try. 3 days from now, at 3:33 a.m., I'll be on the 13th floor with a sledgehammer and a prayer. Wish me luck. And if you hear about a mysterious implosion at a historic apartment building in the city, you'll know how the story ended. Story 2. Let me start by saying I'm not someone who wins things. I've never hit the lottery, never won a raffle, never even gotten called down on The Price is Right, despite attending a taping in college. So when I got the email saying I'd won an all-expenses-paid luxury cruise to the Arctic Circle, my first instinct was to delete it as spam. But curiosity got the better of me. The email was from a company called Polaris Expeditions. Very professional looking, with a sleek website full of gorgeous photos of icebergs and northern lights. The cruise was supposedly worth $30,000, a 2-week journey from Norway to the North Pole and back, with only 20 passengers for an intimate experience. All I had to do was confirm my attendance and provide my passport information. I showed it to my wife, Karen, expecting her to talk sense into me. Instead, her eyes lit up. She'd always wanted to see the Arctic. We'd been married for 8 years and had been talking about taking a real vacation, not just long weekends at the beach. This seemed perfect. Free. Luxurious. An adventure. I did my due diligence. I searched for reviews of Polaris Expeditions. Nothing came up. Not a single review on any travel site. That should have been my first red flag, but the company representative I spoke with explained that they were a new luxury brand, very exclusive, and this cruise was essentially a promotional launch. That's why they were giving away spots to generate buzz and reviews. It made sense at the time. Everything made sense at the time. We flew to Tromsø, Norway, in early October. The city was beautiful, all colorful wooden houses against dramatic mountains. We met the other 18 passengers at the dock. They were an interesting mix. A retired couple from Australia, 3 college friends from Germany on a gap year adventure, a nature photographer from Japan, a solo traveler from Brazil who was a marine biologist, a honeymooning couple from Canada, various others, all friendly, all thrilled about the journey ahead. The ship itself was stunning. Not a massive cruise liner, but a sleek expedition vessel that looked like it could handle serious Arctic conditions. The interior was all polished wood and brass, with a library, a dining room with white tablecloths, and cabins that were small, but elegant. Our cabin had a porthole that looked out onto the water, and Karen immediately declared it perfect. The captain was a weathered Norwegian man named Sorensen, who looked like he'd been sailing these waters his entire life. His face was deeply lined, his hands were rough, and he spoke English with a thick accent but perfect grammar. At our welcome dinner, he explained the route. We'd head north along the coast, then cut across to Svalbard, and from there push toward the North Pole, if ice conditions permitted. 2 weeks of pristine wilderness, wildlife viewing, and the possible aurora borealis. The first 3 days were magical. We saw our first whale on day 2, a humpback that surfaced so close to the ship we could hear it breathe. The photographer, Kenji, nearly fell overboard trying to get the perfect shot. We laughed and took turns with his camera, all of us giddy with the experience. The food was incredible, prepared by a chef who somehow made gourmet meals in what must have been a tiny galley. We'd gather each evening in the lounge, drinking wine and sharing stories as the midnight sun painted the sky in colors that didn't seem real. On the 4th day, we crossed into truly remote waters. The captain announced we were beyond the range of regular shipping lanes. He said it with a smile, like it was an achievement, a sign that we were entering the real Arctic. The landscape changed. The water became darker, almost black. Ice began to appear, first as small chunks floating past, then as larger formations that the ship had to navigate around. That night, I woke up to silence. Complete, total silence. On a ship, there's always noise. The engines, the waves, the creaking of metal. But I woke up to nothing. I got out of bed carefully, trying not to wake Karen, and looked out the porthole. We were surrounded by ice. Not just floating chunks, but a solid field of it, stretching as far as I could see in the pale Arctic twilight. I went up to the deck. I wasn't the only one awake. The marine biologist, whose name was Lucia, was at the rail, staring out at the ice. She turned when she heard me and looked relieved to see another person. She said she'd been up for an hour and hadn't seen any crew. The ship was completely still, frozen in the ice like we were trapped. We decided to explore. The ship wasn't large, and we quickly realized that it was essentially deserted. The bridge was empty, the galley was empty. The crew quarters were empty. All the other passengers were asleep in their cabins, but every single crew member had vanished. 20 passengers, 0 crew. We woke the captain by knocking on his cabin door. Except the man who answered wasn't Captain Sorensen. He looked similar, had the same weathered face, but his eyes were different. Clearer, younger, and he claimed he'd never heard of anyone named Sorensen. He said he was the captain, had been the captain for 3 days, and his name was Larson. This woke everyone up fast. We gathered in the dining room as the sun rose, which at this latitude meant the sky just got slightly less dark. Larson tried to calm everyone down. He showed us the ship's log, which listed him as captain for the entire journey. But those of us who'd paid attention knew this was wrong. We'd had dinner with Sorensen just hours ago. We'd listened to him tell stories about previous Arctic expeditions. The German students thought it was some kind of elaborate prank. The honeymooners were getting scared. The retired Australian couple, who'd been through everything from cyclones to civil unrest in their traveling days, just looked deeply unsettled. Larson couldn't explain the ice either. He said we shouldn't have encountered pack ice this thick for another several days of travel north. But here we were, locked in solid. He tried the engines, but the ice held us firm. He tried the radio, but got only static. No GPS signal. No satellite connection. Nothing. We were stuck, with a captain who shouldn't exist, and no crew. The day got stranger from there. We did a complete inventory of the ship. The crew quarters showed signs of habitation. Beds were unmade. Coffee cups were left out. But no people. In the engine room, which Lucia and I explored since she had some mechanical knowledge, we found the engines running smoothly despite the ship not moving. Everything was functional. Everything was normal. Except Nothing was normal. Around noon, one of the college students, a girl named Heidi, started screaming. We all ran to the deck to find her pointing at the ice. There was a person out there, just standing on the ice about 50 yards from the ship. They were wearing old-fashioned Arctic gear, the kind you see in photographs from early 1900s expeditions. Heavy furs, a hood that obscured their face. Larson got a megaphone and called out to them. No response. The figure just stood there. We watched for maybe 10 minutes, and then, without any warning or movement, the figure was just gone. Not walking away, not falling through the ice. Just gone, like they'd never been there. That's when people started finding the notebooks. They were all over the ship, tucked into drawers, hidden behind cushions in the lounge, stuffed into the library shelves. They were journals, written by previous passengers. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, and they all told variations of the same story. We won a free cruise. We boarded in Tromsø. We sailed north. We got stuck in the ice. The crew disappeared. The captain changed. And then things got worse. I grabbed one journal and started reading. It was from someone named Robert Chen, dated 15 years ago. He described the same experience, the same beautiful first few days, the same sudden ice, the same vanishing crew. He wrote about how they'd tried to walk across the ice to land, but the ice shifted, and they lost 2 people. He wrote about how the ship's food supplies seemed to replenish overnight, so they never ran out. He wrote about how they saw figures on the ice, and sometimes the figures came closer. The last entry in his journal was frantic, barely legible. It said that the ice had been breaking up around the ship, creating patterns, geometric patterns that hurt to look at. He said the patterns were calling to something. He said they needed to stop looking at the ice. The entry ended mid-sentence. I showed it to the others. We spent the afternoon reading journal after journal. The dates ranged across decades. The earliest one we found was from 1987. All different people, all different nationalities, but always 20 passengers. Always stuck in the ice. Always the same progression of events. Some journals were short, just a few entries before they stopped. Others went on for pages and pages, chronicling weeks or even months on the ship. The longest one we found was from a woman who claimed to have been on the ship for 3 years. Her handwriting devolved from neat script into shaky scrawls, and finally into symbols that didn't look like any language I knew. None of the journals explained how the writers escaped. They all just stopped. That night, we held a meeting. The question was simple. What do we do? The honeymooners, Mike and Sarah, wanted to activate the emergency beacon and wait for rescue. The Australian couple pointed out that the beacon didn't seem to be working. None of our electronics worked properly. Kenji suggested we prepare to walk out, follow the sun south until we hit land, or shipping lanes. Lucia, who'd been quiet most of the day, finally spoke up. She said we were thinking about this wrong. The ship was impossible. We'd traveled maybe 4 days from Tromsø, but according to the sun's position and her knowledge of Arctic geography, we were thousands of miles further north than we should be. The ice around us was the wrong type. Too thick, too old. And the temperature was wrong too. It should have been cold, well below freezing. But it was comfortable, maybe 50 degrees Fahrenheit. She said we weren't in the normal Arctic. We were somewhere else. Somewhere adjacent to reality, but not quite part of it. The German students laughed at her, called it supernatural nonsense, but the rest of us had read the journals. We'd seen the impossible things. Deep down, we knew she was right. Over the next few days, we fell into a routine. We'd wake up, have breakfast from supplies that never seemed to diminish. We'd explore the ship, finding new hiding spots with new journals. We'd watch the ice, looking for the figures that appeared and disappeared, and we'd argue about what to do. Captain Larson was no help. He seemed to exist in his own reality, insisting that this was all normal, that rescue would come, that we just needed to be patient. When we showed him the journals, he'd look confused, like he couldn't quite see them. When we pointed out the figures on the ice, he'd say he saw nothing. On the 6th day, the Australian man whose name was Graham decided to test the ice. He'd done Arctic training in his military days and insisted he could assess whether it was safe to walk on. We watched from the deck as he climbed down a ladder and stepped onto the surface. The ice held. He walked in a circle around the ship, maybe 100 feet out, then waved to show he was fine. Then he took one more step and fell through. Just like that. The ice had been solid, and then it wasn't. We scrambled to get ropes, to mount a rescue, but when we got to where he'd fallen, the ice was solid again. No hole, no crack, no Graham. His wife Dorothy screamed his name over and over, but the ice had swallowed him completely. After that, no one suggested walking out. The figures on the ice became more frequent. We'd see them every day now, sometimes multiple times. They never came close to the ship, just stood at a distance and watched. We started recognizing patterns in how they appeared. They seemed to favor certain spots. They appeared more often during the darkest parts of the day-night cycle. And they were always wearing that same old-fashioned gear, like they were from a different era. Kenji became obsessed with photographing them. He'd spend hours on deck, camera ready, trying to capture a clear image. But every photo came out blurred or distorted, like the figures existed at the wrong frequency for the camera to capture. It drove him crazy. He was a professional photographer, had equipment worth thousands of dollars, but he couldn't get a single clear shot. One morning, we woke up to find him gone. His camera was on the deck, the lens cap off, the battery dead. The last photo on the memory card was a shot of the ice at night. In the distance, barely visible, was a figure. But this one was different. It was looking directly at the camera. And it was close. Much closer than any figure had been before. We were down to 17. The journals started to make more sense. We understood now why they all ended abruptly. People didn't escape. They disappeared. Taken by the ice, or the figures, or whatever presence controlled this place. We were in a trap. A pocket of frozen space that collected ships and passengers for reasons we couldn't understand. Lucia spent days in the ship's library, reading everything she could find about Arctic exploration, magnetic anomalies, parallel dimensions. She developed a theory. She believed that the Arctic, especially the area near the magnetic North Pole, was thin. The boundary between dimensions was weaker there. Ships that ventured too far north sometimes slipped through, ending up in this pocket universe. She thought Polaris Expeditions wasn't a real company. It was a lure, a mechanism the place used to draw in new victims. The emails, the website, the whole setup was generated somehow by the dimension itself, bait cast into our world to catch the unwary. I asked her why. What was the point? She didn't know. Maybe it fed on us. Maybe it was just the nature of this place to collect things. Maybe there was no reason. Just the cruel randomness of a reality that operated by different rules. On the 10th day, Dorothy disappeared. We'd been keeping watch on each other, trying to make sure no one wandered off alone. But she was gone from her cabin in the morning. We searched the entire ship. She was simply not there. No note, no sign of struggle. Just gone, following her husband into whatever void had claimed him. We were 16. The ship started changing after that. Subtle things at first. A corridor that seemed longer than it should be. A door that led to a room we didn't remember seeing before. The layout was shifting, rearranging itself when we weren't looking. We tried to map it, to keep track of the changes, but the maps never matched reality for long. One of the German students, a guy named Klaus, suggested we try to damage the ship. His logic was that if the ship was the anchor point, the thing keeping us trapped here, maybe destroying it would free us. We'd be exposed to the elements, sure, but at least we'd have a chance. We gathered in the engine room with tools we'd found. Klaus took a wrench to one of the pipes. The moment metal hit metal, the ship lurched. Not like it was moving through water, like reality itself had hiccuped. The lights went out. In the darkness, we heard something. Footsteps above us. Running. Lots of them. Like a whole crew suddenly manifesting on the deck. We froze. The footsteps ran back and forth, heavy boots on metal. Then we heard voices, speaking in languages we didn't recognize. Shouting. The sounds of work being done. It went on for maybe 5 minutes, and then it stopped as suddenly as it had started. When the lights came back on, we ran to the deck. It was empty. But there were changes. Ropes that had been coiled were now strewn about. Equipment that had been secured was moved, and there was ice on the deck, despite the temperature being well above freezing. We decided not to damage the ship again. The next few days were a blur. More people disappeared. Heidi vanished from the dining room while we were all having dinner. One moment she was there. The next her chair was empty. One of the other students swore she saw Heidi walk toward the windows, but she never made it there. She just faded out mid-step. Then it was Lucia. She'd been my closest companion through all of this. The one person who seemed to understand what was happening. I woke up one morning and went to her cabin to discuss a theory she'd mentioned. The door was open. The room was empty. But on her desk was her journal, open to the last page. She'd written one sentence. "The ice is not ice." I took her journal and added it to my own. I'd been keeping detailed notes, documenting everything. If I disappeared too, at least there would be a record. At least the next group of trapped passengers would have one more journal to find. One more piece of the puzzle. We were down to 9 people now. 9 out of the original 20. The mood on the ship was beyond despair. We barely spoke to each other. We'd just drift through the days, waiting for our turn to vanish. The honeymooners, Mike and Sarah, had stopped leaving their cabin. The Brazilian marine biologist who'd replaced Lucia as my main companion spent all her time on the deck, staring at the ice, like she was trying to will it to make sense. On what I think was the 14th day, though time had become hard to track, the ice started to move. Not melting or breaking up. Moving. Flowing like liquid while remaining solid, it formed patterns around the ship, geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly. The same patterns Robert Chen had written about in his journal all those years ago. We all felt it when we looked at the patterns. A pulling sensation, like they were calling to something inside us. The Brazilian biologist, whose name was Ana, said they were a language. Not words, but concepts expressed in pure form. And what they were expressing was hunger. The figures on the ice were all around us now. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Standing in formation at the edge of the patterns. We could see them more clearly than ever before. They weren't wearing furs. The furs were part of them, merged with their flesh. And their faces, when we caught glimpses under the hoods, were wrong. Too many eyes, mouths that opened too wide. That night, the ship started to sink. Not into water, into the ice. The hull was slowly descending, the ice parting like water to accept us, then re-solidifying around the ship. We ran to the upper decks, but there was nowhere to go. The ice was rising up the sides, claiming the ship inch by inch. Captain Larson was on the bridge, and for the first time he seemed to see what we saw. The confusion cleared from his eyes and was replaced by terror. He started screaming at the controls, trying to start engines that couldn't move us, sending radio messages that no one would hear. I grabbed my journal and Anna, and we climbed to the highest point of the ship, the mast platform. As the ice rose around us, consuming the decks below, I wrote frantically. I wanted to finish the record. I wanted someone, someday, to understand what happened here. The figures were walking toward us now, gliding across the ice in perfect synchronization. They were close enough that I could see the patterns weren't random. They were reaching for us, geometric tendrils extending from the ice, trying to make contact. Anna was crying. She said she understood now. The place wasn't trying to trap us. It was trying to digest us. We were food, but not for our bodies. For our reality, our dimension. Every passenger it absorbed made it stronger, gave it more substance in our world. That's why the emails kept going out. That's why the ship kept sailing. It was feeding. And we were the meal. The ice reached the platform. Anna went first, the geometric patterns wrapping around her legs and pulling her down. She didn't even scream, just looked at me with sad acceptance and let it take her. I kept writing. The ice touched my feet, cold and not cold, solid and not solid. I could feel it trying to unmake me, to break me down into component parts it could absorb and use. But something was different. Maybe it was because I'd read all the journals. Maybe it was because I understood what was happening. Maybe it was just random chance. But as the ice closed around me, I felt something shift. A gap. A weakness in the dimension's hold. I jumped. I don't remember much after that. Falling through layers of reality, each one slightly different. Ice and water and void and something else. Something my brain couldn't process. I fell for what felt like hours or maybe seconds. Time having no meaning in the spaces between worlds. When I woke up, I was in a hospital in Tromsø. They told me I'd been found floating in a survival suit just outside the harbor. No ship. No other passengers. Just me. I'd been hypothermic, barely alive, and unconscious for 2 days. They asked me what happened. I told them about the cruise. They had no record of any Polaris expeditions. No such company existed. They checked my passport. No stamps for leaving and re-entering Norway. No flight records of me traveling there. According to every official record, I'd never left home. But I was in Tromsø, in a hospital, in a survival suit I'd never seen before. They contacted Karen. She told them I'd gone missing 2 weeks ago from our home. I'd left for work one morning and never arrived. She'd filed a missing person report. She'd been terrified. When she came to the hospital, she held me and cried. She asked where I'd been. I tried to explain. The cruise. The ice. The other passengers. She just looked at me with pity and relief, clearly thinking I'd had some kind of mental breakdown. They kept me for psychiatric evaluation. I probably seemed crazy, insisting I'd been on a ship that didn't exist with people who had no record of traveling. But I had proof. I had my journal. 14 days of detailed notes about everything that happened. Except when I asked for my belongings. The journal wasn't there. Just my wallet, my phone dead, and my house keys. No journal. No proof. I was released after a week. Karen took me home. Everyone was very kind, very understanding. They thought I'd had some kind of episode, maybe work stress, maybe a breakdown. I went along with it. What else could I do? But I couldn't let it go. I searched online for any mention of Polaris expeditions. Nothing. I searched for the other passengers by name. I found some of them. Kenji, the photographer, had disappeared from his home in Tokyo 3 months ago. Lucia, the marine biologist, had vanished from a research station in Brazil around the same time. The others I couldn't find, but the ones I did find all had the same story. Missing. No explanation. I found online forums about Arctic mysteries, stories of ships that disappeared, expeditions that were never heard from again. And scattered through these forums, I found others like me. People who claimed to have been on impossible cruises. People who'd escaped from the ice and returned to find no one believed them. We compared notes privately, carefully. The details varied, but the core was always the same. An invitation to a cruise. The beautiful beginning. The ice. The disappearances. The geometric patterns. And the rare few who somehow made it back. Always alone. Always without proof. One of them, a woman from Finland, had a theory. She thought that the dimension was growing. Each feeding made it stronger, expanded its reach. Eventually, it wouldn't need to lure people to the Arctic. It would be able to reach anywhere. The ice would come to us. I don't know if I believe that, but I do know that I still get emails sometimes, invitations to amazing trips, free vacations to exotic locations. They look different, come from different companies, but I recognize the lure. The trap is still out there, still fishing for victims. I delete them all. And sometimes, on very cold nights, I look outside my window and swear I see geometric patterns in the frost on the glass, the same patterns from the ice. They fade quickly, but they're there. The dimension knows I escaped, and I think it wants me back. Karen notices me staring at the windows on these nights. She gets worried. She thinks I'm having another episode. She's suggested therapy, medication, a fresh start somewhere warm, where there's no winter, no ice, no reminders. But I can't leave. Because if the dimension is growing, if it's reaching further into our world, then running won't help. And maybe, just maybe, I need to understand it better. I need to find a way to stop it before it takes more people, before the ice comes for everyone. I've started collecting the journals of other survivors, the ones who made it back. There aren't many, but we're out there. We're sharing information, looking for patterns, trying to understand the rules of that place. And I'm writing this down, not as a journal this time, but as a warning. If you ever get an unexpected invitation to a cruise, especially to remote locations, be careful. Research the company thoroughly. Look for reviews from real people. Trust your instincts. Because somewhere in the Arctic, or maybe somewhere adjacent to it, there's a ship full of geometric ice and impossible figures, and it's always looking for 20 more passengers. I was lucky. I escaped. Most people don't. Story 3. I've been flipping storage units for about 5 years now. It started as a side hustle when I was between jobs and turned into a pretty decent income stream. Most units are full of junk. Maybe 10% have anything worth selling. And once in a blue moon, you find something valuable. I've found collectibles, vintage furniture, even a few pieces of jewelry. Nothing life-changing, but enough to keep me coming back to the auctions. The unit I'm about to tell you about cost me $200 at an auction in rural Pennsylvania. Small facility, maybe 30 units total, out in the middle of nowhere, between two towns that barely qualified as towns. The auctioneer was this old guy named Dale, who'd been running the place for 40 years. He seemed nervous about this particular unit, kept saying the owner had been gone for over a decade, no next of kin, nobody to claim it. When they cut the lock and rolled up the door, I understood why nobody else bid. The unit was packed floor to ceiling with filing cabinets. Just filing cabinets. Metal ones. The old institutional type you see in government offices and hospitals. Had to be at least 50 of them crammed into a 10 by 10 space. Not exactly treasure. But I'd learned that sometimes the boring stuff pays off. Office furniture can sell. Filing cabinets in good condition go for $50 to $100 each, even if half were damaged. I could make my money back and then some. So I threw out my $200 bid and won. It took me 3 days to empty that unit. I rented a truck and hauled load after load back to my warehouse. As I moved the cabinets, I noticed they were all locked. Every single one. That was unusual. Most people don't bother locking filing cabinets in storage, especially if they're abandoning the unit. I spent an evening with a lockpick set, popping them open one by one. The first 20 cabinets were empty. Completely empty. Not even dust inside. Just pristine empty drawers. That was weird, but not unheard of. Maybe someone had stored the cabinets themselves, planned to use them later. Cabinet 21 was different. It was full of files. Manila folders, each one labeled with a number. No names, no dates, just numbers. 001, 002, 003, and so on. I pulled out the first folder. Inside was a photograph of a door. Just a door. Red paint, brass doorknob, nothing special about it. Beneath the photo was a typed page of notes. The notes described the door's location, which appeared to be in an apartment building in Philadelphia. Then there was a list of observations. The date someone first noticed the door. The date it was painted red. The date the doorknob was replaced. Mundane stuff. The notes went on for 3 pages, tracking this door across 5 years. I flipped through more folders. Each one contained photographs and notes about a different door, different cities, different buildings, all meticulously documented. Why would someone photograph and track random doors for years? I thought maybe it was some kind of art project or architectural study. Then I opened folder 047. This door was black, located in a warehouse in Baltimore. The notes started the same way, documenting when it was installed, when it was painted, normal observations. But then the tone changed. There was an entry dated 3 years into the observation that simply said, "Subject used the door. First occurrence." The next entry, 2 weeks later, "Subject used the door again. Confirmed pattern. Subject always alone. Always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Then, attempted contact with subject. Subject who walked unresponsive. Subject shows no awareness of being observed." The entries got stranger. Door opens to different locations, depending on user. Subject enters warehouse in Baltimore, emerges in Chicago. Documented and verified. This is not a conventional door. I sat back and laughed. Someone had been writing fiction and storing it with photos of random doors. Had to be. But the documentation was so detailed, so clinical. And there were receipts in the folder. Travel receipts. This person had actually gone to Baltimore and Chicago to verify whatever they thought they were documenting. I opened more folders. Most were normal door observations. But every 10 folders or so, there was another anomalous one. A door in Seattle that supposedly led to a room that didn't exist in the building's blueprints. A door in Miami that was photographed opening to 3 different locations. A door in Denver that the notes claimed was never installed, but appeared anyway. Cabinet 21 had 200 folders. I spent the entire night reading through them. The person who created these files, whoever they were, had spent at least a decade tracking doors across the country. They had a system. Normal doors were marked with white baud labels. Doors showing unusual properties were marked with red labels. Out of 200 folders, 37 had red labels. The last folder in the cabinet was different. It was thicker, and instead of a number, it was labeled Project Threshold. Inside was a typed manuscript, maybe 50 pages. It was a summary of the research, and it was completely insane. The author, who never gave their name, claimed that doors were not what we think they are. They're transition points between spaces, sure, but they're also weak points in reality. Most doors are stable, properly anchored to the physical laws we understand, but some doors, usually due to specific architectural or geographical conditions, become unstable. These doors can lead to places they shouldn't, different times, different versions of reality, sometimes different worlds entirely. The manuscript went into detail about how to identify these unstable doors, certain angles in the frame, specific materials that make them more susceptible, geographic locations where the fabric of reality is thinner. It read like a research paper, complete with citations and references to physics concepts I barely understood. According to the author, they'd been studying these doors since the 1980s. They'd documented thousands of doors, found dozens that showed anomalous properties. But they'd never gone through one, never crossed the threshold. The risk was too great. You might not come back. You might come back changed. You might come back to find years had passed when you thought you'd been gone for minutes. The manuscript ended with a warning. The doors were becoming more common. The barriers between realities were thinning. And someone needed to continue the research, needed to document and understand before something came through from the other side. I closed the folder and looked at the remaining cabinets. 49 more to go through. I felt a chill despite the warm night. This was either the work of a very dedicated fiction writer or a very disturbed person. Either way, I was hooked. Cabinet 22 had more folders. These documented not doors, but people. Individuals who'd been seen using the anomalous doors. Grainy photographs, usually taken from a distance. Notes about their behavior, their patterns. Some people used the same door repeatedly. Others seemed to know about multiple doors, moving between them. One subject, labeled only as Subject 12, was photographed using 7 different anomalous doors across 3 states over 2 years. The notes suggested Subject 12 was aware of being observed and was actively avoiding the researcher. The last entry was chilling. Subject 12 approached me today, warned me to stop, said there are rules, said I'm breaking them. I ignored the warning. Subject 12 has not been seen since. Cabinet 23 contained maps, detailed maps of major cities with doors marked, red pins for anomalous doors, white pins for normal ones. There were hundreds of pins in each city, thousands across all the maps. The researcher had been incredibly thorough, but what caught my attention were the patterns. The anomalous doors weren't random. They clustered in specific areas. Old neighborhoods, places with violent histories, locations where major accidents or disasters had occurred. The researcher had noted the correlations, theorized that trauma to a location weakened the barriers. I spent 3 weeks going through all the cabinets. Most were more of the same. Folders documenting doors, tracking subjects, analyzing patterns. But Cabinet 37 was different. It contained videotapes, VHS tapes, dozens of them, each labeled with a date and location. I don't own a VCR anymore, so I had to buy one from a thrift store. I set it up and started watching. The first tape was surveillance footage of a door in an alley in Boston. The timestamp showed it was recorded over several nights, in '94. For hours, nothing happened. Just a door in an alley. Then, at 3:47 a.m. on the third night, someone approached the door. They looked around, checking if anyone was watching, then opened it. The person stepped through and the door closed. Normal enough. But then I noticed the timestamp. The person had been inside for less than 1 second, according to the video. The door opened immediately and the person stepped back out. But they looked different. Older. Their clothes were different. And when they walked away from the door, they were limping, favoring their left leg. The researcher had noted this in a log that accompanied the tape. Subject entered door at 3:47:23 a.m. Subject exited door at 3:47:24 a.m. Elapsed time 1 second. Subject appeared to have aged approximately 10 years. Subject showed signs of injury, not present before entry. I watched more tapes. Most showed similar phenomena. People going through doors and emerging changed. Sometimes they aged. Sometimes they looked younger. Sometimes they came back injured or carrying objects they hadn't had before. One person went through a door and came back out immediately, but the timestamp showed 3 hours had passed, even though it looked instantaneous. The most disturbing tape was labeled Atlanta 1998. Do not watch alone. I should have heeded that warning. The footage showed a door in an abandoned building. A woman approached it around 2 a.m. She was young, maybe mid-20s, carrying a backpack. She opened the door and stepped through. She didn't come back out. The tape ran for 6 more hours. The door never opened again. But at 7:33 a.m., something happened. The door began to shake in its frame. Not like wind or an earthquake. It was pulsing, like something on the other side was pushing against it. The shaking intensified until the door burst open. What came through wasn't the woman. I can't accurately describe what I saw on that tape. The video quality was poor, and the thing moved wrong, like it existed in more dimensions than the camera could capture. It was roughly humanoid, but the proportions were all wrong. Too many joints in the limbs. A head that seemed to shift shape. It emerged from the doorway, looked around the room, then moved out of frame. The tape continued for another hour, but nothing else appeared. The researcher's notes said, "Unknown entity emerged 5 hours 33 minutes after subject entry. Entity disappeared into building. Police report filed 3 days later. Multiple missing persons in area, and all homeless individuals who lived in that building. Building was demolished 1 month later." I stopped watching the tapes after that. Cabinet 41 was locked differently than the others. It had a combination lock, not a key lock. I spent hours trying to crack it before I finally got it open. Inside was one folder, much thicker than the others. It was labeled My Observations. This was the researcher's personal journal. It started in 1983, with an entry about how they'd stumbled onto the first anomalous door by accident. They'd been taking architectural photographs for a college project and noticed something odd about a door in their apartment building. The door led to a storage closet, but sometimes when they passed it, they'd hear sounds from the other side that didn't match. Music from a different era. Voices speaking languages they didn't recognize. They started paying attention to doors everywhere, testing them, documenting them. They found more anomalies, started developing their methodology. The journal chronicled years of research, growing obsession, and increasing isolation as they dedicated their life to understanding the doors. The entries became more paranoid over time. They wrote about being followed, about certain individuals who seemed to appear near multiple anomalous doors, who watched the researcher watching the doors. They theorized about door travelers, people who'd learned to navigate between realities and didn't appreciate being documented. There were entries about close calls, times the researcher had almost gone through a door themselves, driven by curiosity, times they'd seen things emerge from doors that shouldn't exist. Their fear was palpable in the later entries. They knew something was coming. The barriers were getting thinner. The doors were opening more frequently. The last entry was dated 2009. I'm being forced to stop. They found me. Subject 12 and others. They say I've drawn too much attention. The doors were meant to be secret, and I've been mapping them for anyone to find. They're giving me one chance to walk away. I'm taking it. I'm sealing the research, putting it where it won't be found. If you're reading this, I'm either dead or I've successfully disappeared. Please, don't continue this work. Don't look for the doors. Some thresholds should never be crossed. I sat in my warehouse surrounded by filing cabinets full of impossible research and had to make a decision. The sensible thing would be to dump it all. Sell the cabinets empty, burn the files, forget any of this existed. But I couldn't. The researcher had spent decades documenting this. If even a fraction of it was real, it was the most important discovery in human history. I decided to verify one door. Just one. If it was normal, I'd know the whole thing was fiction, and I could move on. If it was anomalous, then I'd have to figure out what to do with the research. I chose a door from the files that was relatively close, in Philadelphia, only 2 hours away. The folder was marked with a red label. The door was supposed to be in an old apartment building in South Philly. The notes claimed it led to different floors, depending on when you used it. During the day, it worked normally, opening to the building's basement. But between midnight and 3 a.m., it sometimes led elsewhere. I drove to Philadelphia on a Tuesday night. Found the building easily enough. It was a rundown place, probably hadn't been renovated since the 70s. I waited in my car until midnight, feeling ridiculous. I was really going to test a door because some crazy person's files told me it was magic. At 12:15 a.m., I entered the building. The door was right where the note said it would be, at the end of a hallway on the first floor. It was painted green, had a brass knob, looked completely ordinary. I stood in front of it for 5 minutes, building up courage. I opened it. It was a basement. Concrete steps leading down, exactly what you'd expect. I closed it, feeling relieved and disappointed. The whole thing was nonsense. I'd wasted weeks on a crazy person's fantasy. But something made me wait. I stood there in that hallway until 2:47 a.m. The building was silent. I was completely alone. I reached for the doorknob again. The door opened to sunlight. Not the basement. Not any part of the building I was in. I was looking at an outdoor scene, a park or garden, bright midday sun, the sound of birds. I slammed the door shut, my heart pounding. I waited 30 seconds and opened it again. Basement. Concrete steps. Normal. I tried again, at 2:52 a.m. The park again. Same scene. I could feel warm air coming through the doorway, could smell grass and flowers. It was February in Philadelphia. There was snow on the ground outside the building, but through this door, it was summer somewhere else. I took out my phone and stepped through. The transition was instantaneous. One moment I was in a dim hallway, the next I was standing in a park. The door was behind me, standing free in the middle of a pathway. No wall, no building. Just a door and a frame, existing impossibly in open space. The park was beautiful. Manicured gardens, stone pathways, a fountain in the distance. But something was off. The sun was too bright, the colors too vivid. The sky was a shade of blue I'd never seen before. And when I looked closely at the trees, the leaves were moving wrong, swaying in patterns that didn't match any wind. I heard voices and ducked behind a hedge. 2 people walked past on the path. They looked normal enough, dressed casually, speaking in English. But their conversation was weird. They were discussing something about shifted schedules and adjusted timelines, using terms that didn't quite make sense. I waited until they passed, then went back to the door. I grabbed the handle, ready to return to Philadelphia, and it wouldn't open. I pulled harder. Locked. The door that had just let me through was now sealed. Panic hit me. I was trapped in whatever this place was. I tried the door for 10 minutes, pulling, pushing, even kicking it. Nothing. Then I remembered the researcher's notes. Some doors only opened at specific times. I'd come through at 2:52 a.m. Maybe I had to wait until the same time here. But what time was it here? My phone said 2:54 a.m., but the sun was high in the sky. I found a bench and sat down to wait, trying to stay calm. Over the next few hours, I explored the park carefully, staying close to the door. The place was populated, people walking around, sitting on benches, living their lives. They all seemed normal, but little things were off. Advertisements on benches for products that didn't exist. Coins dropped by someone that had unfamiliar faces on them. A newspaper left behind that had the right date, but reported events I'd never heard of. I was in a parallel world. The researcher had been right about everything. As the sun began to set, I rushed back to the door. In my world, it would be approaching 2:52 a.m. again, if time synced properly. At exactly sunset, I tried the handle. The door opened to the dark hallway in Philadelphia. I jumped through and slammed it behind me. I was shaking, sweating, my mind reeling. It was real. All of it was real. I drove home in a daze. The next morning, I started going through the files with new urgency. The researcher had documented dozens of doors. Some led to similar parallel worlds. Others went to places that were more different. The notes described worlds where history had diverged, where different species evolved, where physics worked differently. And the warnings in the files made sense now. The researcher had documented things coming through from the other side. Entities, creatures, sometimes people. The barriers were failing, and traffic was increasing in both directions. I found a folder marked Recommendations. It contained the researcher's thoughts on what should be done with the information. They'd considered going public, but decided the knowledge was too dangerous. Imagine if everyone knew about the doors. Imagine the chaos as people tried to use them, to escape to other worlds, or exploit them. Imagine what might come through if attention was drawn to the weakest points. The researcher recommended the information be preserved but hidden, passed on to someone who would continue the documentation quietly. Someone who would monitor the doors and warn if something catastrophic was about to happen. I realized I was now that person. The research had found me, or I'd found it, and I had a choice to make. I spent 6 months digitizing everything. All the files, all the photographs, all the videos. I created encrypted backups and hid them in multiple locations. I researched the doors myself, carefully, documenting new ones I found, updating the maps. And I discovered the researcher had been right about the barriers thinning. I found 3 new anomalous doors in my city alone, doors that hadn't been documented. The frequency was increasing. I also found evidence of other researchers. Notes in some of the files referenced communication with others. A loose network of people studying the same phenomena. I tried to track them down but came up empty. Either they'd all stopped like the original researcher, or they were being more careful than I was. 6 months in, I had my first encounter with a door traveler. I was photographing a door in an old factory when someone spoke behind me. It was a woman, maybe 40, dressed in clothes that looked almost right, but not quite. She asked me what I was doing. I lied, said I was into urban photography. She smiled sadly and told me she knew what I was really doing. She said she'd been watching me, same way others had watched the previous researcher. She asked if I understood the risk I was taking. We talked for an hour. She'd been traveling between worlds for 15 years. She'd started in a different reality, found a door, and had been unable to find her way back. She'd learned to navigate the doors, found communities of others like her, people who existed between worlds. She told me the doors were a natural phenomenon, but were being affected by human activity in ways we didn't understand. Every time someone crossed through a door, it weakened the barrier a little more. Every door that was used regularly became more unstable. The system was breaking down. She warned me the same way the researcher had been warned. Stop documenting. Stop drawing attention. The doors needed to be forgotten, allowed to stabilize naturally. My maps and documentation were dangerous, a roadmap for anyone who found them. I asked her about the things that came through, the entities on the tapes. She went quiet, then told me those were from much deeper layers of reality, places where the rules were so different that the inhabitants barely qualified as life by our standards. When the barriers got weak enough, those things could slip through, and they were hungry for experiences and sensations they couldn't have in their own realities. She left me with the same choice the original researcher had been given: walk away or face the consequences. I didn't walk away. I couldn't. The documentation was too important. But I changed my approach. I stopped physically investigating doors. I focused on compiling the existing research, analyzing patterns, trying to predict where the next doors would appear. And I started noticing something the original researcher had missed. The doors weren't just appearing randomly in weak spots. They were being created. Someone, or something, was deliberately opening pathways between worlds. The pattern was subtle, but it was there in the data. New doors appeared in clusters, following geographic progressions that looked intentional. I followed the pattern, and it led me to a door that wasn't in the files. A new one, maybe weeks old, in an abandoned subway tunnel in New York. I watched it for 3 nights from a distance. On the 3rd night, I saw people coming through. Not 1 or 2, dozens. They emerged from the door, looked around at our world, and dispersed into the city. They looked human, dressed like us, moved like us, but I could tell they were from elsewhere. They had that same slightly off quality I'd noticed in the parallel park, and they were coordinating, following some kind of plan. That's when I understood the real danger. This wasn't just about random doors and curious travelers. This was an invasion. Slow, subtle, but deliberate. Beings from other realities were establishing a foothold in ours. I went back to the files with new eyes. The researcher had documented it, but hadn't put the pieces together. The frequency of door appearances was accelerating. The number of travelers was increasing. Whatever was happening had been building for decades. I tried to go public. I really did. I sent the documentation to journalists, scientists, government agencies. Either they thought I was crazy, or the information disappeared before it could go anywhere. I suspect the latter. If other realities had agents in our world, they'd be working to suppress this knowledge. So now I'm doing what the original researcher did. Documenting everything, keeping records, hoping that someone after me will be able to use this information to stop what's coming. I'm also looking for the original researcher. They're not dead. I'm sure of it. Someone who spent decades studying the doors would have contingency plans. They probably went through a door themselves, found somewhere safe to hide. As for the storage unit contents, I kept everything. The filing cabinets are in a climate-controlled facility under a false name. The digital backups are scattered across the internet in encrypted fragments. If something happens to me, the information will eventually surface. I know there are others like me out there. Other people who've stumbled onto the truth about doors. If you're reading this, if you found a door that doesn't lead where it should, document it. Add to the research. We need to understand this before it's too late. Because the doors are everywhere now. I see them daily. Most people walk past without noticing, but once you know what to look for, you can't unsee them. In office buildings, apartments, old houses, new construction. The barriers are so thin now that doors are becoming unstable spontaneously. And I've started seeing more things coming through. Not just people. I've seen creatures in the shadows that vanish when you look directly at them. I've heard sounds that don't belong in our reality. Last week, I watched something that looked like it was made of glass and light, step through a door in broad daylight, and dissolve into the air. The original researcher was right to be afraid. We're not ready for what's coming. But maybe if enough people know, if enough of us are watching and documenting, we can prepare. We can find a way to close the doors before too many things cross over. Or maybe it's already too late. Maybe the invasion is already complete, and we just haven't noticed yet. Either way, I'm keeping the research going. $200 for a storage unit full of filing cabinets. Best and worst investment I ever made. If you see a door that seems wrong, that feels off somehow, don't open it. Just walk away. And if you absolutely have to open it, make sure you know how to get back. Because some thresholds, once crossed, only go one way. Story 4. I moved into my apartment building in downtown Seattle 3 years ago. Nice place, good location, reasonable rent for the area. The kind of building where everyone minds their own business, which suited me fine. I'm a software developer who works from home, so I appreciate the quiet. My next-door neighbor in Unit 4B was a guy I never saw, not once in 3 years. I heard him sometimes, moving around, the occasional sound of a TV or music through the walls. But I never saw him in the hallway, never passed him on the stairs, never ran into him at the mailboxes. His name was printed on the mailbox. Marcus Webb. That was all I knew for the first 2 years. I didn't think much of it. People have different schedules. Maybe he worked night shifts. Maybe he was agoraphobic. Not my business. What got my attention was the delivery situation. Marcus got a lot of deliveries. Groceries every week from the same service. Packages, constantly. Amazon, medical suppliers, various other couriers. The delivery people would knock, wait, and the door would open just wide enough for a hand to race out and pull the items inside. I saw this happen dozens of times from my peephole when I heard knocking. The hand was always the same, pale, thin, with long fingers. It would snake out, grab whatever was being delivered, and retreat. The door would close immediately. The whole interaction took maybe 5 seconds. One day, I was getting my mail when the building manager, an older woman named Patricia, was checking the boxes. I asked her about Marcus, tried to sound casual. She got this weird look on her face, like I'd touched on a subject she didn't want to discuss. She told me Marcus had been in that apartment for 12 years. Never left. Not once. She'd been managing the building for 8 years and had never seen him face to face. The previous manager had told her the same thing. All communication was through email or notes slipped under the door. Rent was always paid on time, automatically withdrawn from his account. I asked if that was legal, if there were health and safety concerns. Patricia shrugged and said as long as rent was paid and there were no complaints from other tenants, it wasn't her problem. She'd offered wellness checks multiple times, but Marcus had always refused, sent emails saying he was fine and valued his privacy. That should have been the end of it. But I became obsessed. 12 years without leaving an apartment. What could make someone do that? I started paying more attention, keeping track of the patterns. Groceries arrived every Monday at 2 p.m. Medical supplies, mostly prescription medications based on the pharmacy labels, came every 2 weeks. Other packages varied, but there was a steady stream of electronics, books, and what looked like scientific equipment based on the return labels. I never heard anyone else in the apartment. No visitors. No maintenance workers. Nothing. Just Marcus. Alone. For over a decade. The walls between our apartments were thin enough that I could hear general activity, but not specific sounds. I started listening more carefully. Marcus kept a strange schedule. He'd be active during the day, moving around, but there would be periods of complete silence that lasted for hours. Then sudden bursts of activity, often late at night. One night, around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound I'd never heard before. It was coming through the wall. a low humming that seemed to vibrate through the building's structure, not mechanical like a refrigerator or HVAC, more organic, almost like a voice holding a single note. The humming lasted for about 20 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I lay in bed trying to figure out what it could have been. The next morning, I casually mentioned it to Patricia. She went pale and told me some of the previous tenants in my unit had complained about strange sounds too. That's why the apartment had high turnover before I moved in. I should have taken the hint and let it go. Instead, I did something stupid. I knocked on Marcus's door. I waited outside Unit 4B, feeling ridiculous, about to knock on a stranger's door because I was curious about his lifestyle. But I did it. 3 firm knocks. Silence. I could feel someone on the other side of the door. A presence. Waiting. I knocked again and said I was his neighbor. Just wanted to introduce myself. More silence. Then a voice, muffled by the door, told me to go away. The voice was strange, raspy, like someone who hadn't spoken aloud in a very long time. I asked if everything was okay, if he needed anything. The voice repeated, "Go away." More forcefully this time. I went back to my apartment feeling like an idiot. But that night, a note appeared under my door. It was handwritten in surprisingly elegant script on expensive paper. The note said, "I appreciate your concern, but I require solitude. Please do not attempt contact again. My situation is voluntary and necessary. You would not understand. I ask that you respect my privacy and forget about me. For your own sake." The phrase "for your own sake" bothered me. It felt like a threat or a warning. I kept the note and tried to follow the advice. I really did try to forget about Marcus Webb and his mysterious isolation. But 2 weeks later, something happened that made that impossible. I came home from a rare outing to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I always lock it. Always. I pushed it open carefully, half expecting to find a burglar. Instead, everything looked normal. Nothing missing, nothing disturbed. Except there was a smell. Faint but distinct. The same smell that occasionally drifted from Marcus's apartment. A scent I'd never been able to identify. Sweet, but also chemical, like flowers mixed with ozone. And on my kitchen table was a photograph. It was old, maybe from the 1950s based on the clothing and photo quality. It showed a young man standing in front of the very building I lived in. The building looked newer. The street was different, but it was definitely the same place. The young man was smiling at the camera. On the back of the photo, written in the same elegant handwriting as the note, "This is what I looked like before." 73 years ago? I did the math. If the photo was from the 1950s and was taken 73 years ago from now, that would make it from around 1950. The man in the photo looked about 25. That would make him almost 100 years old now. But the hand I'd seen taking deliveries wasn't the hand of an elderly person. It was pale, but smooth. No age spots, no visible veins or arthritis. Unless Marcus Webb had somehow stopped aging. I sat with that photograph for hours, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a relative. Maybe Marcus was the grandson of the man in the photo and this was some weird joke. But the note said this is what I looked like. Present tense about past appearance. That night, I heard the humming again. This time I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to discern any other sounds. Under the humming, there were words. Marcus was chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. The rhythm was hypnotic, unsettling. Then the humming changed pitch, and I heard something else. Footsteps. Multiple sets of footsteps. Walking around in Marcus's apartment. But I'd never heard anyone else enter. The door had never opened except for those brief moments to grab deliveries. I pulled away from the wall, my heart racing. There were people in there with him. or something that sounded like people walking. The next morning, I went to the library and started researching. I looked up the building's history first. It was constructed in 1948, a post-war apartment building, nothing unusual about it. But I found old newspaper archives and started searching for anything related to the address. I found an article from 1952. A tenant in the building, a young veteran named Marcus Webb, had made local news for surviving a bizarre accident. He'd been working as a lab assistant at the university, doing research on something related to radiation and particle physics. There was an explosion in the lab. 3 people died. Marcus survived, but was hospitalized for months with severe radiation exposure. The article included a photo. It was the same young man from the photograph left in my apartment. I dug deeper and found a follow-up article from 1953. Marcus Webb had been released from the hospital, but was reportedly suffering from unusual side effects. The article was vague, mentioning sensitivity to light and complications that doctors couldn't explain. He'd become reclusive, rarely leaving his apartment. Then, nothing. No death certificate, no further news. It was like he'd simply faded from public record after 1953. But he was still there, in that apartment, 70 years later. I spent the next week watching and listening obsessively. The pattern of deliveries continued. The strange sounds at night persisted. And I started noticing something else. Sometimes, late at night, I'd see a faint light under Marcus's door. Not steady like a lamp, pulsing, in rhythm with the humming. I recorded it one night, the sound and the light, using my phone. When I played it back, the recording was corrupted. The audio was distorted beyond recognition, and the video showed only static, where the light should have been. Like whatever was happening in that apartment couldn't be captured by normal technology. Then Patricia knocked on my door. She looked worried, asked me if I'd been bothering Marcus. I said no, not since the one time. She told me he'd sent her an email complaining that someone was surveilling him, that he felt his privacy was being violated. I tried to play it cool, said I hadn't done anything. Patricia gave me a long look and told me she was serious. If I kept harassing Marcus, she'd have to ask me to leave. He'd been a tenant far longer than me, and he had rights. After she left, I felt both chastised and vindicated. If Marcus was complaining about being watched, it meant he knew I was paying attention. It meant he was worried. And people only worry when they have something to hide. That night, I made a decision. I was going to get inside that apartment. I needed to know what Marcus Webb had been hiding for 70 years. I waited until I heard him in the shower. The water running through the pipes was distinctive. Then I used a lockpick set I'd bought online. I'm not proud of this, but my curiosity had completely overridden my common sense. The lock was old and easy to pick. I opened the door slowly, expecting an alarm or some kind of security. Nothing. The apartment was silent except for the distant sound of running water. The smell hit me immediately. That sweet chemical scent, much stronger inside. The layout was the same as my apartment, but the interior was completely different. Every surface was covered in papers. Mathematical equations, diagrams, notes in multiple languages. The walls were hidden behind decades of accumulated research. There were computers, old and new, multiple monitors showing scrolling data. Scientific equipment I didn't recognize. Wires and cables running everywhere. But what dominated the room was the circle. Drawn on the floor in what looked like silver paint, maybe 8 feet in diameter, covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly. They seemed to shift and move when I tried to focus on them. Inside the circle was a chair, just a simple wooden chair, and on the chair was clothing. Empty clothing, arranged as if someone was sitting there but there was no body. Just a shirt, pants, and shoes positioned like an invisible person was wearing them. The shower was still running. I moved quickly through the apartment. trying to take in everything. The kitchen was barely used, just a microwave and a coffee maker on the counter. The bedroom had a bed that didn't look slept in. Everything was covered in that same research, those same impossible equations. I found journals, dozens of them, dated starting from 1953. I grabbed the most recent one and flipped it open. The entries were clinical, like a scientist documenting an experiment. Marcus described the accident in 1952, how the radiation hadn't killed him, but had changed him. His body had started to fade, to become less substantial. By 1953, he was barely visible, like a ghost haunting his own life. He'd started researching, trying to understand what had happened to him. The radiation had somehow shifted him partially out of phase with normal reality. He was stuck between dimensions, not fully in our world, but not fully out of it either. The circle was an anchor, a way to maintain his connection to our reality. He'd spent decades perfecting it, using principles that combined physics, mathematics, and what he called dimensional harmonics. The chanting I'd heard was part of the process, maintaining the resonance that kept him from drifting away completely. But there was a cost. The more time passed, the harder it became to maintain the anchor. He was slowly losing his grip on this reality. The entries became more desperate in recent years. He was afraid that soon the anchor wouldn't be enough, that he'd slip away entirely into whatever space existed between dimensions. And there was something else in those between spaces. He'd seen them, entities, things that existed in the gaps between realities. They were aware of him. They wanted him, or wanted to use him as a doorway to our world. The shower stopped. I froze, clutching the journal. Footsteps, coming toward the living room. I should have run, but I was paralyzed by fear and morbid fascination. Marcus Webb walked into the room, wrapped in a towel. Except walked isn't the right word. He moved like he was underwater, his movements slightly delayed, slightly off. And he was almost transparent. I could see through him to the wall behind. He saw me and stopped. His face was the face from the photograph, unchanged by time. Young, handsome, but now translucent like colored glass. His eyes were the worst part. They seemed to look at me from a great distance, like he was seeing me from somewhere very far away. He spoke, and his voice came from everywhere at once, not from his mouth. He asked me why I couldn't leave well enough alone. He said he'd tried to warn me. I stammered an apology, said I was curious, that I was leaving right now. But Marcus shook his head. He said it was too late. I'd entered the circle's field. I'd been exposed to the resonance. I was contaminated now. He told me to look at my hands. I did, and felt my stomach drop. They were starting to flicker, to become slightly transparent. Just barely, but it was there. Marcus explained that the dimensional instability was contagious in close proximity. Being in his apartment, inside the circle's influence, I'd been partially shifted out of phase. It would get worse over time, unless I did something about it. He walked, or floated, to a desk and pulled out a notebook. He wrote down a series of instructions, a ritual similar to his own but smaller, personal. He said if I performed it every day, I could stabilize myself, prevent the fading from progressing. But I'd never be normal again. I'd always be slightly out of sync with reality. I'd always be able to see things that others couldn't. The entities in the between spaces, the cracks in dimensional barriers, all the things Marcus had been seeing for 70 years. He told me this was my punishment for not respecting boundaries, for not leaving him alone. Now I'd have to live with a fraction of what he endured. I took the notebook and ran back to my apartment, locking the door behind me. I looked at my hands under the light. The flickering was more pronounced now. I could see the bones underneath, like an X-ray superimposed over normal vision. That was 6 months ago. I've been performing Marcus's ritual every day. The chanting, the specific movements, the mental focus required to anchor myself to reality. It works. The fading has stopped, stabilized at a barely noticeable level. But Marcus was right about the consequences. I see things now. Shadows that move wrong. Spaces where the air seems thinner, like reality is stretched tight. And sometimes, late at night, I see the entities he mentioned. Things that exist in the gaps. They're aware of me now. They watch. Marcus and I have an understanding. We don't speak, but sometimes I see notes slipped under my door. Updates on his condition. Warnings about things I should avoid. Advice on maintaining my anchor. His fading is getting worse. He told me recently that he has maybe a year left before the anchor fails completely. When that happens, he'll drift away into the between spaces. The entities will finally claim him. He asked me to document his story, to leave a record of what happened. He said someone should know that the barrier between dimensions is thinner than we think. That radiation, or other forms of energy, can push people through the cracks. That there are spaces between spaces, and things living in them. I'm writing this partially as that record, but also as a warning. If you live near someone reclusive, someone who never leaves their home, there might be a reason. Not always a supernatural one, but sometimes. And if you're the curious type, if you can't help but investigate mysteries, be careful. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed. Some knowledge comes with a price. I'm paying that price now, every day, anchoring myself to reality. Every night, seeing things I wish I couldn't see. My hands are permanently slightly transparent now. Under certain lights, I can see my skeleton. I've started avoiding mirrors because sometimes my reflection is just a few seconds out of sync with my movements. I've thought about leaving the building, but Marcus says it won't help. The fading is part of me now. The dimensional instability follows me. I could move to another city, another country, but I'd still need the ritual. I'd still see the entities. So, I stay. I work from home, same as always. I maintain my anchor. And I wait to see if Marcus's predictions are correct, if he'll fade away completely when his anchor fails. Last week, he slipped another note under my door. It said that when he goes, the circle in his apartment will destabilize. The dimensional breach it's been containing will expand. The building might become a thin place, a weak spot in reality. He advised me to move before that happens, to get out and warn others if I can. But who would believe me? I barely believe it myself, and I'm living it. I've started documenting everything, taking notes, trying to recreate Marcus's research in case it's useful to someone else. Maybe there are others like us, people who've been partially shifted out of reality. Maybe this information could help them. Or maybe I'm just doing what Marcus did, spending my life studying something that can't be fixed, can't be changed, documenting the slow dissolution of my grip on the physical world. The entities are getting bolder. I saw one in my apartment yesterday, just for a moment. A shadow that was too dark, too solid, that moved independent of any light source. It was reaching for something, testing the barrier between its space and mine. When Marcus goes, when his anchor fails, that barrier is going to get a lot thinner. I'm writing this now because I don't know how much time I have. Time moves strangely when you're partially out of phase with reality. Days blur together. Sometimes I lose hours without realizing it. If you're reading this, if you've somehow found this account, please learn from my mistake. Curiosity is fine. Investigation is fine. But respect people's privacy, especially when they've asked you repeatedly to leave them alone. Because sometimes people are reclusive for a very good reason. Sometimes they're not hiding from the world. They're protecting the world from what they've become. Marcus Webb has been protecting us for 70 years, maintaining his anchor, keeping the dimensional breach contained to his apartment. When he's gone, that protection ends. I'm going to try to maintain his circle after he fades. Someone has to. But I don't know if I'm strong enough. I don't have his decades of experience, his understanding of the forces involved. All I know is that I live next door to a man who hasn't left his apartment in 12 years because leaving would doom him to drift forever in the spaces between realities. And soon, I might be all that stands between this building and something much worse. I finally found out why my neighbor never leaves his apartment. And now I wish I hadn't. The flickering is getting worse. Story 5. I've been working night security at the Westfield Museum of Natural History for 18 months now. It's a decent gig. The pay is okay. The work is easy. And I get to spend my nights walking through empty halls filled with dinosaur bones and ancient artifacts. Most people would find it creepy, but I've always been comfortable with solitude and silence. The museum is a mid-sized institution, nothing like the Smithsonian or the Met, but it has a respectable collection. There's a paleontology wing with a decent T-Rex skeleton, a hall of minerals and gems, some Native American exhibits, and my personal favorite, the Egyptian wing. 3 rooms filled with sarcophagi, canopic jars, jewelry, pottery, and one genuine mummy named Henutawi, who dates back to around 1000 BCE. When I started the job, my supervisor Rick gave me the standard orientation. He showed me the security stations, explained the camera system, walked me through the emergency procedures. Then he gave me the unofficial orientation, the stuff they don't put in the employee handbook. He told me certain galleries feel different at night, the Egyptian wing in particular. He said sometimes you'll hear sounds that aren't in the building, see shadows that don't match any physical object. He said the previous night guard had quit after 6 months because he couldn't handle the atmosphere. Rick told me to just keep moving, do my rounds, and not overthink things. Museums are old buildings full of old things. They settle. They creak. Your mind plays tricks in the dark. He'd worked there for 15 years and never saw anything genuinely unexplainable. I believed him for the first 3 months. I did my rounds, checked the doors, monitored the cameras. The Egyptian wing did feel different, sure. Cooler than the rest of the museum, even though the climate control was supposedly uniform, and there was a quality to the silence there that felt heavier, more present. But nothing happened. Then I started noticing the sarcophagus. There are 4 sarcophagi in the main Egyptian gallery. 3 of them are empty, just the decorated wooden cases displayed upright behind glass. The 4th contains Henutawi, lying in state in a climate-controlled case in the center of the room. She's the star of the collection, the piece they use in all the marketing, but there's a 5th sarcophagus. It's off to the side, in a corner that most visitors probably walk past without noticing. The placard says it's from the late period, around 600 BCE, origin unknown. The hieroglyphs on it are unusual, according to the description. They don't follow standard funerary text patterns. The museum acquired it in 1967 from a private collector's estate. I'd walked past this sarcophagus hundreds of times during my rounds, but 4 months into the job, I noticed something. The lid was crooked. Not by much, maybe half an inch, but it wasn't flush with the base. I noted it in my log, figured someone had bumped it during the day. The next night, the lid was straight again, perfectly aligned. I checked my previous log entry to make sure I hadn't imagined it. Nope. I'd definitely written that the lid was misaligned. I mentioned it to Rick the next morning. He said maintenance probably fixed it. I asked if they'd logged the repair. He checked and said there was no record of anyone working on that piece. He suggested I'd been mistaken about the misalignment in the first place, but I knew what I'd seen. I started paying closer attention to that sarcophagus. Every night during my rounds, I'd stop and examine it carefully. Most nights it looked the same, but every week or so something would be different. The lid would be slightly askew, or the case would be rotated a few degrees. Once, there was dust on the floor in front of it, like something had been dragged across the tiles. I set up a test. Before I left one morning, I took a piece of transparent tape and placed it across the seal, between the lid and the base of the sarcophagus, hidden from casual view. If someone opened it, the tape would break. The next night, the tape was broken. Not just broken, but gone. I searched the floor around the case. No sign of it. I checked the security footage. The camera covering that corner of the Egyptian wing showed nothing unusual. Just an empty gallery, the sarcophagus sitting undisturbed all day. But I knew someone or something had opened it. That's when I started staying in the Egyptian wing for longer periods during my shift. Instead of just walking through on my rounds, I'd sit in the gallery for 30 or 40 minutes at a time, watching. The museum at night is never truly silent. There's the hum of the HVAC system, the occasional click of the building settling, the distant sound of traffic outside. But in the Egyptian wing, underneath those normal sounds, there was something else. A whisper that wasn't quite a whisper. A presence that felt like being watched. On a Thursday night in October, I was sitting in my usual spot in the gallery when I heard movement. Not the building settling. Actual movement. Footsteps on the tile floor. I turned on my flashlight and swept it across the room. Nothing. The sound stopped. I waited for 5 minutes in complete stillness. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from the direction of the unnamed sarcophagus. I stood up and walked toward it, my hand on the radio clipped to my belt, ready to call for backup even though I was the only security guard on duty. As I got closer, the footsteps stopped again. The sarcophagus looked the same as always, sealed, undisturbed, sitting in its alcove. But the air around it felt wrong. Colder, thicker, like the space was filled with something invisible. I reached out to touch the case and jerked my hand back. The wood was ice cold, far colder than the ambient temperature, and I could swear I felt vibration, like something inside was moving. I backed away and left the gallery. Finished my rounds in the other wings, tried to calm down. When I came back an hour later, the temperature around the sarcophagus was normal. Whatever I'd felt was gone. I started researching. The museum's archives are available to employees, and I spent my lunch breaks digging through acquisition records and provenance documentation for the unnamed sarcophagus. The trail was frustratingly vague. The museum had acquired it from the estate of a collector named Herbert Blackwood, who died in 1907. Blackwood had been an amateur Egyptologist, wealthy enough to fund his own expeditions in the 1930s and 40s. The sarcophagus came from one of those expeditions, but the exact location and date of discovery weren't recorded. What was interesting were Blackwood's personal notes, which had been donated along with his collection. He'd kept detailed journals of his expeditions, and I found references to the sarcophagus in an entry from 1936. Blackwood had found it in a tomb that wasn't on any official maps, somewhere in the Valley of the Kings. The tomb had been sealed with unusual precautions. Multiple false doors, walls covered in protective spells, warnings in hieroglyphs that Blackwood couldn't fully translate. His Egyptian workers refused to enter. They said the tomb was cursed, that it contained something dangerous. Blackwood went in alone and found the sarcophagus. According to his notes, it was the only item in the tomb. No other grave goods, no offerings, nothing. Just the sarcophagus, sealed and covered in those strange hieroglyphs. He had it shipped back to England, then later to America when he emigrated. In his journals, he mentioned odd occurrences around the sarcophagus. Servants who refused to clean the room where it was stored. Guests who reported feeling watched. his own dreams becoming vivid and disturbing when he slept near it. In 1965, 2 years before his death, Blackwood wrote that he was considering destroying the sarcophagus. The entry was rambling, paranoid. He claimed something inside was aware, was waiting. He said he'd made a mistake bringing it out of the tomb, but he never destroyed it. And when he died, his entire collection went to the museum. I found one more relevant document, a letter from the museum's director in 1967 to an expert in Egyptian antiquities, asking for help translating the hieroglyphs on the sarcophagus. The expert's response was cautious. He said the hieroglyphs were a dialect he didn't recognize, possibly predating the standard Middle Kingdom script. The few symbols he could translate were concerning. Words like containment, binding, eternal watch. The expert advised against opening the sarcophagus. Whatever was inside, he wrote, was meant to stay sealed. The museum had followed that advice. In 57 years, they'd never opened it, never examined the contents. It sat in the corner of the Egyptian wing, a mystery in a decorative wooden case. Armed with this information, I went back to my nightly observations with new perspective. If something was inside that sarcophagus, and if Blackwood and the Egyptian workers were right about it being dangerous, then the activity I'd been noticing took on a darker significance. The footsteps continued. I heard them at least twice a week, always in the Egyptian wing, always seeming to originate from the sarcophagus. I started recording during my shifts, setting up my phone to capture audio. The recordings were always corrupted, filled with static and distortions that made them useless. Then things escalated. I came in for my shift one night to find Rick waiting for me, looking shaken. He said the daytime security had reported an incident. A visitor, a woman in her 60s, had collapsed in the Egyptian wing. She'd been standing in front of the unnamed sarcophagus when she started screaming, saying something was trying to get inside her head. She'd passed out and was taken to the hospital. When she came to, she couldn't remember anything about the museum or why she'd been there. The doctor said it was likely a stroke or seizure, but her brain scans were normal. Rick asked me if I'd noticed anything unusual about that sarcophagus during my shifts. I almost told him everything, but something stopped me. Instead, I said it seemed fine. Maybe the woman had a pre-existing condition. After Rick left, I went straight to the Egyptian wing. The sarcophagus looked the same, but the air around it was charged, electric. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up when I got close. I decided to open it. I know how that sounds. After everything I'd learned, after all the warnings, I wanted to open a potentially cursed ancient sarcophagus. But I needed to know. The not knowing was worse than any truth could be. The case wasn't sealed or locked. It was a museum display, meant to be accessible. I lifted the lid carefully, my heart hammering. Inside was the wooden sarcophagus, decorated with those strange hieroglyphs. The lid of the sarcophagus itself was separate, heavy. It took all my strength to slide it aside. Inside was not a mummy. It was a person, a living person. They were lying perfectly still, eyes closed, hands crossed over their chest, in the traditional burial position. They wore ancient Egyptian clothing, linen wrappings, and jewelry. Their skin was brown and smooth, showing no signs of decay or mummification. They looked like they were sleeping. I stumbled backward, knocking over a display stand. The crash echoed through the gallery. The person in the sarcophagus didn't move. I should have called someone. Rick, the police, anyone. But I was frozen, staring at the impossible sight in front of me. A living person who'd apparently been in this sarcophagus for thousands of years. Or 57 years since the museum acquired it. Or maybe just hours. Time felt meaningless. As I watched, the person's eyes opened. They were completely black, no whites visible. They looked at me without moving their head, those black eyes tracking my movement as I backed toward the gallery entrance. Then they sat up. Slowly, mechanically, like a puppet on strings. They turned their head to look directly at me and smiled. It wasn't a human smile. The expression was wrong, the muscles moving in ways that didn't match any emotion I recognized. They spoke. The language was nothing I'd ever heard, guttural and clicking, but I understood it anyway. The meaning appeared directly in my mind. They said they had been waiting for someone to open the sarcophagus. The Egyptian priests had bound them there over 2,000 years ago, trapped in a state between life and death. They were grateful for the release. They asked my name. Every instinct screamed at me not to answer, not to give this thing any information about myself. I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard the scrape of wood on tile as they climbed out of the sarcophagus. I ran through the museum, past the dinosaurs, through the mineral hall, to the security office. I locked the door and watched the camera feeds. The Egyptian wing was empty. The sarcophagus was closed. There was no sign of anyone or anything. I pulled up the recordings from the past hour. They showed me entering the Egyptian wing, approaching the sarcophagus, opening it. Then the footage glitched, filled with static for 30 seconds. When it cleared, I was standing in front of the closed sarcophagus, staring at it. Then I'd run from the room. There was no evidence of what I'd seen, no person climbing out, no black eyes or impossible smile. Just me, alone in the gallery, apparently losing my mind. I spent the rest of my shift in the security office, watching the monitors. The Egyptian wing remained empty and still. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that opening the sarcophagus had released something that was now loose in the museum. When Rick arrived for the morning shift, I told him I was feeling sick and needed to go home. He took one look at me and agreed I looked terrible. I left without filing a report about what had happened. I spent the day trying to rationalize it. Stress, lack of sleep, too much time alone in a creepy building. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed the whole thing. But the memory was too clear, too detailed. I knew what I'd seen. That night I called in sick. I couldn't face going back. Rick covered the shift himself. The next morning, he called me sounding concerned. He said the museum director wanted to talk to me about an incident in the Egyptian wing. Apparently, they'd found the sarcophagus open. The lid was pushed aside, the inner coffin disturbed. Security footage showed me opening it during my previous shift, but then the cameras glitched and there was no record of me closing it again. The director wanted to know why I'd opened a sealed exhibit without authorization, and why I hadn't reported it. I went to the meeting prepared to be fired, but when I got there, the director seemed more concerned than angry. She asked me what I'd seen when I opened the sarcophagus. I told her it was empty, that curiosity had gotten the better of me and I'd wanted to look inside. She studied my face for a long moment, then told me something I didn't expect. The sarcophagus wasn't empty. There was something inside. They'd had it x-rayed years ago as part of a documentation project. The scans showed a body, but the details were unclear. Whatever was inside was wrapped in materials that obscured the imaging. They'd never opened it because of the warnings in Blackwood's notes and the expert's letter. But now that I had opened it, they needed to properly examine the contents. She asked if I'd be willing to be present during the examination, since I was the last person to see inside. I agreed, morbidly curious about what they'd find. 2 days later, I stood in the conservation lab with the director, the head curator, and a specialist in Egyptian antiquities brought in from a university. They'd moved the sarcophagus from the gallery and were preparing to open it under controlled conditions. The specialist gave a brief lecture about proper procedures, the importance of documentation, the care needed with ancient materials. Then they lifted the outer lid. Inside was the inner sarcophagus, just as I'd seen it. The specialist examined the hieroglyphs with a magnifying glass, taking photos, making notes. He confirmed what the earlier expert had said. The script was unusual, possibly pre-dynastic. The symbols he could read suggested this was a containment vessel, not a traditional burial. Then they lifted the inner lid. I held my breath, half expecting to see that person with the black eyes again. Instead, there was a mummy. A traditional mummy, wrapped in linen, hands crossed over the chest. Completely normal, except for one detail. The wrappings were fresh, clean white linen, no signs of age or decay. And the form underneath was too lifelike, too well preserved for something thousands of years old. The specialist was confused. He said this didn't make sense. The outer sarcophagus was genuinely ancient, no question. But the mummy inside looked like it had been wrapped within the past few years. The director made a decision. They were going to carefully unwrap it, document what they found. The specialist protested, saying they should do more testing first. But the director insisted. I watched as they cut the linen wrappings, peeling them away layer by layer. Underneath was skin, brown, smooth. Showing no signs of mummification, they found jewelry, amulets, items that looked authentically ancient. But the body itself was wrong. When they finally exposed the face, I stopped breathing. It was the person I'd seen. Same features, same expression of peaceful sleep, but this time, the eyes were closed and stayed closed. The specialist touched the skin gently and recoiled. He said it was warm. Body temperature. This wasn't a mummy. This was a person who was somehow alive. Then the eyes opened. Black. Completely black. Just like I remembered. The person sat up, turning their head to look at each of us in turn. When their gaze landed on me, they smiled that same wrong smile. The specialist and curator screamed and backed away. The director stood frozen. The person spoke in that guttural language, and again I understood the meaning in my mind. They thanked us for the awakening. They said they'd been asleep for so long, trapped by the bindings. Now they were free to walk the world again. They asked if this was still Egypt. The director, showing remarkable composure, said no, this was America. The person looked confused, then interested. They asked how long they'd been bound. The director said based on the sarcophagus dating, over 2,000 years. The person laughed. It was a terrible sound, full of joy and hunger. They said 2,000 years was nothing. They were much older than that. The Egyptian priests had caught them and bound them, thinking they could contain what should not be contained. But all bindings eventually fail. They stood up, still wearing the ancient jewelry, and stepped out of the sarcophagus. They were tall, taller than seemed natural, and moved with fluid grace that looked almost like floating. The specialist found his voice and asked what they were. The person tilted their head, considering the question. They said they were old. From before humanity organized itself into civilizations, they'd walked among early humans, had fed on fear and dreams, and the little sparks of consciousness that primitive minds generated. When humanity grew too numerous, too organized, they'd been hunted by the first priests and shamans. Most of their kind had been destroyed or bound. This one had been trapped in the sarcophagus, sealed with spells and buried in a forgotten tomb, meant to sleep forever. But Herbert Blackwood had found them, had brought them out of the desert and into the world. They'd been awake in his house, slowly draining his life force over decades until he died. Then they'd been brought to the museum, and they'd slept again, waiting for someone to break the final seal. I'd done that. By opening the sarcophagus, I'd broken the binding that kept them dormant. They'd been testing their freedom when I saw them that first night, learning the limits of their new situation. Now, with the sarcophagus fully opened and the inner wrappings removed, they were completely free. The person looked at me again and said I'd done them a great service. As a reward, they'd spare me. The others in the room weren't so fortunate. Before anyone could react, the person moved. They touched the specialist, just a light contact on the shoulder, and he collapsed. His eyes rolled back and he started convulsing. The curator ran for the door, but the person was faster, impossibly fast, cutting off her escape. The director grabbed me and pulled me toward a side exit. We ran through the corridors of the museum, the director calling for security on her radio. Behind us, I could hear screaming. We made it to the main entrance. The director pushed me outside and told me to run, get help, call the police. Then she turned and went back inside, drawing a can of pepper spray from her purse, like it would do anything against a 2,000-year-old entity. I ran to my car and drove away from the museum. I called 911, reported an attack, gave them the address. Then I just drove, putting distance between myself and whatever I'd unleashed. The news reported a gas leak at the museum the next day. 3 staff members were dead, including the director and the Egyptian specialist. The curator was in critical condition. The museum was closed indefinitely for safety inspections. There was no mention of anyone else being found in the museum, no mention of the sarcophagus or what had been inside. I received a letter a week later. No return address, expensive paper, handwritten in elegant script. It said I should not worry. The person from the sarcophagus had no interest in drawing attention. They would be discreet, would feed carefully, would blend into the modern world. They thanked me again for the freedom. They said they would be watching me with interest, curious about the human who'd freed them. But they would keep their promise not to harm me. I was under their protection now. The letter was signed with a symbol that matched one of the hieroglyphs from the sarcophagus. The symbol the expert had translated as Eternal Watch. I quit my job at the museum, moved to a different city, changed my name. But I still get letters sometimes appearing in my mailbox with no postage, no return address. Updates from my ancient benefactor. They're adapting well to the modern world, they tell me. So much fear to feed on now. So many people with sparks of consciousness worth consuming. They've established themselves in a position of influence, though they never specify what that means. They remind me that I'm responsible for their presence in the world. Every person they touch, every life they drain, is ultimately because I opened that sarcophagus. I tell myself, I didn't know, couldn't have known. But that doesn't help me sleep at night. I work night, security, at a warehouse now. Just boxes and inventory. Nothing ancient, nothing that whispers. But I still hear footsteps sometimes in the empty aisles. Still feel like I'm being watched. Because somewhere out there, walking among us, is something that should have stayed in its tomb. And it's watching me with interest. The worst part is knowing there might be more of them. More sarcophagi in museums around the world, sealed and waiting. More bindings that are weakening after thousands of years. More things that should stay forgotten. I work night security at a museum, and something in the Egyptian wing wasn't an exhibit. Now, it's loose. And it's my fault. Story 6. When I was a kid, I had an imaginary friend named Mr. Scratch. That's not unusual. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. What was unusual was how terrified my parents were of him. I don't remember much from that period of my life. I was 4, maybe 5 years old. But I have flashes of memory. Playing in my room with someone I couldn't quite see, but knew was there. Drawing pictures of a tall, thin man with too many fingers. Laughing at jokes that only Mr. Scratch and I understood. My parents never talked about it. As I grew up, I'd occasionally ask about my imaginary friend phase, and they'd change the subject quickly. my mom would get this look on her face, half fear and half sadness, and say I had a very active imagination as a child. Last month, my father passed away. Heart attack. Sudden. Devastating. While cleaning out my childhood home to prepare it for sale, I found a box in the attic labeled with my name and the years 1998-99. Inside were drawings, journals, and a diary that wasn't mine. The diary was small, leather-bound, with pages that felt old and brittle. The handwriting was neat and precise, definitely not a child's handwriting. It was dated from October 98 to March 1999, covering exactly the period when I would have been 5 years old. The first entry stopped my heart. It was written by Mr. Scratch. I know how that sounds. An imaginary friend doesn't write diaries. Imaginary friends aren't real. But I was holding physical evidence that Mr. Scratch had existed in some form, had been real enough to write down his thoughts. I sat in that dusty attic and read the entire diary in one sitting. What I learned changed everything I thought I knew about my childhood. Mr. Scratch's first entry explained what he was. He described himself as a companion, one of many beings that exist in the spaces between human perception. Companions attach themselves to children because children's minds are more open, more capable of perceiving things that adults have trained themselves not to see. He wrote that he'd chosen me specifically. He'd been watching my family for weeks before making contact, learning about us, deciding if I was suitable. He needed a child who was lonely, imaginative, and most importantly, believed strongly enough to give him substance. I fit perfectly, was an only child with working parents who left me with babysitters most of the time. I loved fantasy stories and spent hours playing pretend. And according to Mr. Scratch, I had an unusually strong belief capacity, an ability to make imaginary things more real through the power of my conviction. The early entries were almost sweet. Mr. Scratch described our games, the stories we told each other, the adventures we had in my imagination. He seemed genuinely fond of me. He wrote about how pure my joy was, how uncomplicated my trust. But there was an underlying purpose to everything. Mr. Scratch was using me. Every game we played, every story we shared was designed to strengthen his presence in the physical world. The more I believed in him, the more real he became. By December, 2 months after his arrival, Mr. Scratch wrote that he could maintain a semi-physical form for up to an hour at a time. He could move small objects. He could make sounds that my parents could hear, not just me. He was becoming real. That's when my parents started to notice. The diary included several entries about their growing concern. They'd hear me talking to someone when I was alone. They'd find toys moved in ways I couldn't have done myself. They'd catch glimpses of shadows in my room that didn't match any light source. Mr. Scratch wrote about his frustration with my parents. They were trying to discourage my belief in him. They'd tell me imaginary friends weren't real, that I was too old for pretend games. But their attempts backfired. The more they tried to deny his existence, the more I clung to him. In January, things escalated. My parents took me to a child psychologist. The diary entry about this was smug. Mr. Scratch attended the session with me, invisible to the adults. He listened as the psychologist asked me questions about my imaginary friend. I described him exactly as he'd instructed me to. Tall, but not scary. Kind, protective. A friend who was always there when I was lonely. The psychologist told my parents it was normal and would fade as I made real friends and started school. They shouldn't make a big deal about it, or I might cling to the fantasy longer. But Mr. Scratch wrote that my parents knew better. They'd started researching, reading about entities that attach to children. They'd found information that frightened them. They understood that I wasn't just playing pretend. The diary described my father's first attempt to get rid of Mr. Scratch. He'd come into my room one night after I was asleep and performed some kind of cleansing ritual. Salt, prayers, symbols drawn on the walls that he painted over in the morning. It didn't work. Mr. Scratch was too firmly anchored to me by that point. My belief had made him strong enough to resist such simple measures. February was when things got dark. Mr. Scratch's entries became less friendly, more possessive. He wrote about his long-term plans. He wasn't content to just exist. He wanted to become fully real, to take on permanent physical form. And the only way to do that was to replace someone. He'd been studying my father, learning his mannerisms, his speech patterns, his memories by listening to family conversations. Mr. Scratch's plan was to eventually step into my father's life, pushing my father out of reality, the same way companions pushed themselves in. He wrote about this clinically, without emotion. He explained that it was simply the nature of his kind. Companions started as imaginary friends, but the truly ambitious ones used children as anchors to pull themselves fully into the world. It required years of preparation, of becoming more real, while making the target less real. But something happened that Mr. Scratch hadn't anticipated. I started to grow up. In late February, I'd begun kindergarten. I was making real friends. I was being exposed to structured reality every day, learning to differentiate between pretend and real in the way that school teaches children. My belief in Mr. Scratch was weakening. He wrote about his panic. He tried to make himself more interesting, more necessary. He told me scary stories about school, tried to convince me that my classmates didn't really like me, that only he truly cared. But it wasn't working. I was slipping away from him. The final entries in March were desperate. Mr. Scratch described how he could feel himself fading. Hours that he could maintain form were decreasing. Objects he'd been able to move became too heavy. He was losing his grip on reality. He blamed my parents. They'd been working against him, he wrote. They'd been reinforcing reality to me, teaching me to trust what I could see and touch over what I could imagine. They'd been quietly removing the things that had helped me believe. Fantasy books disappeared from my room, replaced with educational books. TV time was reduced. They enrolled me in activities that kept me busy and tired, and they'd found help. The last few entries mentioned someone called the specialist. My parents had contacted someone who understood about companions and how to sever the connections safely. The final entry was dated March 15th, 1999. Mr. Scratch wrote that it was over. The specialist was coming that night to perform a procedure. Mr. Scratch would be cut off from me completely and would fade back into the spaces between perception. He was angry, bitter, but also strangely resigned. He wrote one last thing. A warning. Once a child had been used as an anchor by a companion. They remained sensitive to these entities for their entire life. I would always be able to perceive things at the edge of reality, and companions would always be attracted to me, drawn by the echo of what Mr. Scratch had done. Then the diary ended. I sat in the attic, hands shaking, trying to process what I'd read. My parents had protected me from something genuinely dangerous. They'd found expert help, and saved me from being used as a doorway for an entity that wanted to steal my father's life. And they'd never told me. They'd let me grow up thinking I'd just had a normal, imaginary friend who faded away naturally. I looked through the rest of the box. There were my drawings from that time, crude crayon pictures of a stick figure with too many fingers. There was a journal in my child's handwriting, describing games and adventures with Mr. Scratch. And there was a letter. The letter was from my father, addressed to me, dated just 2 weeks ago. He must have written it right before he died. The letter said that he'd always meant to tell me about Mr. Scratch when I was older, but the years had passed, and it never seemed like the right time. He'd kept the diary as evidence, as proof that what had happened was real, in case I ever needed to know. He explained that the specialist was a woman named Dr. Chen who studied entities like companions. She'd performed a ritual that severed Mr. Scratch's connection to me. It had worked, but Dr. Chen had warned that I might always be sensitive to the supernatural. My parents had watched me carefully growing up, looking for signs that another entity had attached itself to me. They'd never seen any signs. I'd grown up normal, happy, healthy. Whatever sensitivity I might have had apparently hadn't attracted any more companions. My father wrote that they'd hoped it meant I was safe, that Mr. Scratch's warning had been wrong, but he wanted me to be prepared, just in case. The letter included Dr. Chen's contact information. If I ever experienced anything unusual, if I ever felt watched or started seeing things at the edge of my vision, I should contact her immediately. He ended the letter by saying he loved me and was sorry for keeping this secret. He'd only wanted to protect me. I left the attic and went to my childhood bedroom. It looked different now, smaller than I remembered. The walls had been repainted several times since I'd lived there, but I could still see the faint outline of symbols under the paint. The protection symbols my father had drawn 25 years ago. That night, I stayed in my old room. I told myself it was to feel close to my father, to grieve in a place connected to him. But really, I wanted to see if anything would happen. If Mr. Scratch's warning was real, if I was still sensitive to these entities, maybe being back in this place would trigger something. Nothing happened. I slept peacefully and woke up to sunlight streaming through familiar windows. Over the next few weeks, I finished cleaning out the house and put it on the market. I kept the box from the attic, including Mr. Scratch's diary and my father's letter. I told myself it was just family history, something to remember. But I also contacted Dr. Chen. The number still worked. She was retired now in her 70s, but she remembered my case. She said my father had called her every year on the anniversary of the ritual, checking in, making sure I was still safe. She asked how I was doing, if I'd experienced any unusual phenomena. I told her no, everything was normal. She sounded relieved. She said that sometimes the connection was completely broken and stayed that way. I might be one of the lucky ones, but she gave me her personal number anyway, just in case. And she told me to trust my instincts. If something ever felt wrong, felt off, I should pay attention to that feeling. I thanked her and ended the call feeling oddly unsettled. Because the truth was, things had been feeling off. Not dramatically, not in any way I could clearly define. But since reading that diary, I'd been noticing things. Shadows that seemed too dark. Reflections that didn't quite match my movements. A sense of being watched when I was alone. I told myself it was just paranoia, a natural reaction to learning I'd been attached to a supernatural entity as a child. Our minds play tricks on us when we're scared or stressed. But then I found another drawing. It was tucked into a book I'd packed from my father's study, a book about childhood development and imaginary friends. The drawing was recent, done in my father's handwriting, dated 2 months before his death. It showed a stick figure with too many fingers, just like the drawings I'd made as a child, and written beneath it, "He's back, watching the house." Dr. Chen says it's impossible, but I see him. My blood ran cold. My father had seen Mr. Scratch again. In the weeks before his death, that entity had returned, and Dr. Chen had told him it was impossible. I called her immediately. She listened as I described the drawing, and I could hear the concern in her voice. She said it shouldn't be possible. The ritual she'd performed was permanent. Once a companion was severed from their anchor, they couldn't reattach, unless the anchor invited them back. She asked if I'd been thinking about Mr. Scratch lately, researching him, trying to remember him. I said no, not until I found the diary. But then I realized that wasn't quite true. I'd been having dreams over the past few months. Dreams about a tall, thin figure watching me from a distance. I dismissed them as stress dreams, but they'd started before my father died. Dr. Chen was quiet for a long moment. Then she said something that terrified me. She said companions are patient. They exist outside normal time. 25 years is nothing to them. If Mr. Scratch had been forced out before completing his plan, he might have simply waited. Waited for me to grow up, for my parents to age, for the protections to weaken. And dreams were how they made first contact. They appeared at the edges of sleep, testing to see if the person could perceive them, if the old connection could be rekindled. I asked what I should do. She said to come see her immediately. She'd perform another ritual, strengthen the barriers, make sure Mr. Scratch couldn't get close to me again. I made an appointment for the following week. But that night, alone in my apartment, I felt him. That presence I'd felt as a child, familiar and strange at the same time. I was being watched. I turned on all the lights and sat at my kitchen table with Mr. Scratch's diary open in front of me. I reread it, looking for clues, trying to understand what he wanted, and I realized the diary didn't actually end in March 1999. There were more pages. They'd been stuck together, aged, and brittle. I carefully separated them. The final true entry was dated just 3 weeks ago. Recent. Written in that same precise handwriting. It said, "I told you, I would always be with you." The ritual didn't destroy me. It only pushed me back. I've been waiting in the spaces between, watching you grow up. You're an adult now. Your belief is different, more complex, but also more powerful. If you choose to believe in me again, I could become more real than I ever was before. Think about it. Remember how you were never lonely when I was with you. Remember how special you felt, having a friend no one else could see. I'm still here. I'm still your friend. All you have to do is believe. The entry ended with a simple signature, the same symbol I'd drawn over and over as a child. Mr. Scratch's mark. I slammed the diary shut and threw it across the room. This was manipulation. He was trying to make me nostalgic, trying to exploit my loneliness and my grief over my father's death. But even as I thought this, I could feel the pull. Part of me remembered those childhood games, the joy of having an imaginary friend, the feeling of being chosen, special, never alone. I looked at the corner of my kitchen, the darkest corner where the light didn't quite reach, and I saw him, just a suggestion of a form, tall, thin, too many fingers, watching me with something that might have been affection. I'm writing this now as a record, in case I don't make it to my appointment with Dr. Chen, because I can feel myself starting to believe again. The more I acknowledge his presence, the more real he becomes. My father's drawing makes sense now. Mr. Scratch had come back, had been watching the house, getting closer, and my father trying to protect me, had seen him, had acknowledged him, and maybe that acknowledgement had been enough to give Mr. Scratch a foothold. Maybe that's what caused the heart attack. Maybe Mr. Scratch, unable to reach me directly, had targeted my father, had slowly drained him, weakened him, gotten revenge for being banished 25 years ago. I should stop writing. I should pack up this diary and all the childhood drawings and burn them. I should call Dr. Chen and beg her to see me tonight instead of next week. But part of me wants to talk to him, to ask him questions, to understand what he really is and what he wants. Part of me remembers being 5 years old and never being lonely because Mr. Scratch was always there. That's how they get you. Companions like Mr. Scratch. They find the lonely parts, the parts that want connection and belief and magic. They offer friendship and wonder. And by the time you realize the cost, it's too late. I found my childhood imaginary friend's diary. I understand now why my parents were so afraid. And I'm starting to be afraid too, because he's in my apartment right now, standing in that dark corner, waiting to see if I'll believe in him again. I won't. I can't. But he's patient. He's been waiting 25 years. He can wait a little longer. The lights just flickered. The shadow in the corner is getting darker, more defined. I need to leave. I need to get to Dr. Chen tonight, not next week. But I'm having trouble standing up. My legs feel weak. The room feels cold. And a voice, quiet and familiar, is whispering from the corner, asking if I remember our games, asking if I'm lonely, telling me he's missed me. I found my childhood imaginary friend's diary. Now, he's found me again. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to say no. Story 7. I've been a firefighter for 11 years. I work in a mid-sized city in the Midwest, and like any job, we have our procedures, our protocols, our training. Most of it makes sense. How to handle different types of fires, how to rescue people from various situations, how to stay safe while doing one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. But there's one protocol that doesn't appear in any official manual. It's passed down verbally from senior firefighters to rookies, usually within the first few months on the job. We call it the Red List. The Red List is exactly what it sounds like. A list of addresses in our district that we do not enter under any circumstances. Not for fires, not for medical emergencies, not for rescue calls. If we get a call from one of those addresses, we show up. We assess from outside, and we leave. We file a report saying the scene was too dangerous, or the call was unfounded. When I first heard about this during my probationary period, I thought it was hazing. Some kind of test to see if I'd believe obvious nonsense. But my captain, a 25-year veteran named Mike Reese, was completely serious when he went through the list with me. There were 6 addresses on it at the time. Mike knew them all by heart, made me memorize them too. He said the list had been maintained for over 40 years, passed from one generation of firefighters to the next. Some addresses had been removed over the years when the buildings were demolished. Others had been added. But the core principle remained the same. These were places where firefighters had died or disappeared under circumstances that couldn't be explained. Places where the normal rules didn't apply. Places where going inside meant you might not come back out. Mike told me about the first address on the list, an old apartment building on 7th Street. In 1982, a full crew had responded to a fire there. 4 firefighters went inside to search for trapped residents. Only 2 came back out. The 2 who returned couldn't explain what happened to their partners. They said the men had just vanished, even though they were all within sight of each other. The building was searched for days. No bodies were found. No evidence of what happened to the missing firefighters. The survivors both quit within a month and refused to ever talk about what they'd seen inside. The building still stands. It's condemned now, boarded up. But occasionally we get calls from people reporting smoke or lights inside. We show up, confirm there's no actual fire threatening adjacent buildings, and leave. We don't go inside. I didn't really believe any of this at first. I figured the missing firefighters had been killed in a collapse or something, and the department had created this mythology as a way of dealing with the trauma. But Mike showed me the official reports. Men declared missing, never found, investigations that went nowhere. And then, 3 months into my probation, I encountered one of the Red List addresses myself. We got a call at 2 a.m. Residential fire. Possible occupants trapped. The address came over the radio, and I saw Mike's face go white. It was the 3rd address on the Red List. A house in the old industrial district. We rolled up to a 2-story Victorian house, with smoke pouring from the upper windows. Real smoke, real fire. And we could hear screaming inside, a woman's voice, calling for help. Mike ordered us to stay in the truck. He got on the radio and called for police backup, said we needed to secure the scene before entry. The screaming continued. Every instinct I had told me to grab my gear and run inside, but Mike physically held me back. He said we would not enter that house. I argued with him. Someone was dying in there, and we were just sitting outside listening to them scream. But Mike was adamant. He told me to trust him, to trust the protocol. The police arrived 10 minutes later. By then, the screaming had stopped. The fire had grown. The house was fully engulfed. Mike coordinated with the police to evacuate neighboring homes, to make sure the fire didn't spread, but we never entered the burning house. When the fire finally burned itself out at dawn, investigators went in to look for remains. They found nothing. No body, no bones, no evidence anyone had been inside. But I'd heard that screaming. We all had. Mike took me aside after the shift ended. He said the house had been on the red list since 1976. A firefighter named Tom Brennan had gone inside during a fire and never came out. The house had burned to the foundation that time. When investigators searched the ruins, they found Tom's body, or what was left of it. The autopsy showed Tom had died from burns, but the damage was wrong. The burns were inside out, like he'd burned from the inside first, and his expression had been one of absolute terror, his hands clawed and bloody, like he'd been trying to dig his way out of something. The house had been rebuilt in the 80s by someone who didn't know its history. Since then, there had been 3 fires, all suspicious, all with reports of people trapped inside. Every search after the fires found nothing. No bodies, no evidence of occupants. Mike said the screaming I heard was probably Tom Brennan, or something using his voice. The house was wrong somehow, contaminated by whatever had killed Tom. It lured firefighters inside, and people who went in didn't come back. I wanted to dismiss this as superstition, but I couldn't forget that screaming. It had sounded so real, so desperate. If it wasn't a real person, what was it? Over the next few years, I learned more about the red list addresses. Each one had its own history, its own pattern of wrongness. The apartment building where firefighters vanished. The warehouse where rescuers reported seeing impossible things in the smoke. The old hotel where entire crews experienced missing time, going inside for what felt like minutes, and emerging hours later with no memory of what happened. The other firefighters treated the red list seriously. It wasn't a joke or a superstition. It was survival information, passed down from people who'd learned the hard way that some places were genuinely dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with fire or smoke. I accepted it and moved on with my career. I memorized the addresses, followed protocol, and tried not to think too hard about the implications. For 8 years, everything was fine. Then, we got a new address for the red list. It started with a call to a house in a suburban neighborhood. Standard residential fire, nothing unusual about the address. We rolled up, saw light smoke from the roof, standard procedure. I was first through the door with my partner, a veteran named Rodriguez. The interior looked normal at first. Smoke damage in the living room, small fire in the kitchen we quickly knocked down. But as we moved through the house, things felt off. The layout didn't make sense. We'd go through a doorway and end up somewhere we'd already been. Hallways seemed to stretch longer than the exterior dimensions of the house allowed. Rodriguez noticed it too. He called on the radio for everyone to exit, said the structure was unstable. We turned to leave and couldn't find the front door. We'd come in through the living room, but now there were 3 doorways leading out of the living room, and none of them went where they should. We tried each doorway multiple times. One led to a bathroom. One led to a bedroom. One led to what looked like the living room again, but slightly different. Furniture arranged wrong. The front door we'd entered through just didn't exist anymore. Rodriguez stayed calm, started marking our path with chalk, trying to map the space logically. But the map didn't work. We'd go through the same door twice and end up in different places each time. Then we heard the others calling for us, the rest of the crew from outside, saying they'd lost visual contact, asking for our position. Rodriguez tried to respond, but his radio just produced static. We were lost inside a small, suburban house that shouldn't have had more than maybe 6 rooms. We'd been inside for what felt like 10 minutes, but when Rodriguez checked his watch, 40 minutes had passed. That's when we saw the others. Firefighters we didn't recognize, in older gear, moving through the rooms around us. They didn't seem to see us. They were searching, calling out names, looking panicked. We tried to get their attention, but they passed right through the same spaces without acknowledging us. Rodriguez grabbed my arm and pulled me into what looked like a closet. He whispered that we needed to stop moving, stop trying to navigate. He said he'd heard stories about places like this, spaces that got bigger on the inside, that fed on confusion and panic. We sat in that closet for what felt like hours. The house around us creaked and shifted. We heard voices, some calling for help, some giving orders, some screaming. None of them sounded quite right, like recordings played at wrong speeds. Eventually, Rodriguez said we had to try something. He pulled out his phone, which surprisingly still had battery, and started playing music. Loud, modern music. He said the house felt old, stuck in some earlier time. Maybe introducing something it didn't expect would disrupt whatever was trapping us. It worked. Or something worked. The closet door opened, and we were looking at the front entrance, the actual front entrance we'd come through hours ago. We ran for it and burst outside into daylight. The entire crew rushed over to us. They said we'd been inside for 6 minutes. 6 minutes, when it had felt like hours. The fire was completely out, had barely been a fire at all. Just some smoke from a malfunction in the kitchen appliance. We were checked by paramedics, debriefed by the captain. I tried to explain what happened, but it sounded insane. Rodriguez backed me up, though. He described the shifting layout, the missing time, the ghost firefighters. Captain Reese listened to the whole thing, his face getting more serious. After the debrief, he pulled us aside and asked for the exact address. When we told him, he wrote it down and said that house was now on the red list. He explained that this happened sometimes. A place would become wrong. Usually it was old buildings, places with history, but sometimes it was newer construction. Something about the location or the structure would create a weak point, and normal space would start to break down. Most of these places burned eventually, or were demolished before anyone noticed the wrongness. But some persisted, got worse over time. Those were the ones that ended up on the red list. Rodriguez and I were lucky. We'd gotten out with just missing time and confusion. Other firefighters hadn't been so lucky. After that incident, I started researching the red list addresses more seriously. I looked up property, records, old newspaper articles, any information I could find. Patterns started to emerge. Most of the addresses were old, built before 1960. Many had histories of tragedy, deaths, or violence. But not all. Some were just normal buildings that had somehow become abnormal. The apartment building on 7th Street was built on the site of a factory that burned in 1923, killing 40 workers. The warehouse was constructed over a filled-in section of the old city canal, where several people had drowned in the 1800s. The hotel had been the site of a murder-suicide in 1955. But the house Rodriguez and I got lost in had no dark history. It was built in 2003, owned by a normal family who'd never reported anything unusual. Until the fire that brought us there. It had been completely ordinary. I talked to some older firefighters, guys who'd been around when the Red List first started. They said the wrongness was spreading. It used to be just a few isolated locations, places you could avoid, but new addresses were being added more frequently. Places that had been safe for decades suddenly became dangerous. One retired captain I spoke with said he thought it was like a disease. The wrongness would establish itself in one location, and if enough people noticed it, acknowledged it, it would spread to nearby areas. Like it fed on attention and grew stronger. That terrified me more than the individual locations. The idea that these spaces were growing, multiplying, that eventually there might be too many to avoid. I asked what the department officially thought about all this. He laughed bitterly and said officially, "It doesn't exist. The Red List is unofficial for a reason. If the department acknowledged that certain addresses were genuinely supernatural danger zones, they'd have to explain why they're not doing anything about it. What could they do? You can't fight something you don't understand. You can't extinguish fire that burns wrong, rescue people who are lost in impossible geometry, or save anyone from a place that exists partially outside normal reality. So instead, there's the Red List. Passed down verbally, never written in official documents, plausibly deniable. Firefighters protect themselves by avoiding these places, and the public never knows we're refusing calls. Over the next 3 years, the Red List grew. 2 more addresses were added, both from incidents where firefighters experienced something wrong. The pattern was accelerating. Then, 6 months ago, something changed. We got a call to one of the Red List addresses, the old hotel. Full structure fire, multiple occupants reported trapped. When we arrived, the building was indeed burning. And this time, there were people visible in the windows. Real people, waving, calling for help. Captain Reese ordered us to maintain perimeter only, but one of our newer guys, someone who'd only been told about the Red List in passing and didn't take it seriously, grabbed his gear and ran for the entrance. 2 other firefighters followed before anyone could stop them. We watched them enter the building, watched the door close behind them. And then we watched the fire intensify. The flames turned colors I'd never seen before. Purple, green, black flames that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. The building burned for 3 hours. When it finally collapsed, investigators searched the ruins for days. They found 13 bodies, the 3 firefighters who'd gone inside, plus 10 others. The 10 others were wearing firefighter gear from different eras, names on their jackets from crews that hadn't existed in decades. One of the bodies was identified by dental records as Tom Brennan, the firefighter who'd disappeared in the Victorian house in 1976. Another was matched to one of the men who vanished from the 7th Street apartment in 1982. The Red List addresses weren't just trapping people. They were holding them, preserving them, keeping them for years or decades. And somehow, they were all connected. After that incident, the department couldn't ignore it anymore. There was an investigation, questions about why we'd let the building burn with people possibly inside. Captain Reese took the fall, was forced into early retirement, but he'd kept copies of everything. Reports going back 40 years. Documentation of every incident at every Red List address. He went public with it. Local news first, then some national attention. He laid out the pattern, the history, the evidence that certain locations in our city were genuinely dangerous in ways that couldn't be explained. Most people dismissed it as stressed firefighters dealing with trauma through mythology. But some people listened. Urban explorers started seeking out the Red List addresses, paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, all of them ignoring the warnings. Some of them didn't come back. The Red List addresses claimed civilians now, not just firefighters. The house where Rodriguez and I got lost saw 3 urban explorers go missing. The 7th Street apartment had 2 disappearances. The city tried to solve it by demolishing the buildings. They tore down the Victorian house first. The demolition crew reported strange difficulties, equipment malfunctions, workers getting disoriented, time discrepancies. But eventually the house came down. Except a week later, we got a call to that address. When we arrived, there was a house there. Not the same house, but a house, standing on the empty lot that had just been cleared. This house was older, Victorian style, looked exactly like the photos from 1976 before the original fire. The city sent investigators. They confirmed the lot was empty the day before. But now there was a structure, solid and real, that shouldn't exist. They demolished it again. It came back. After the 3rd demolition and reconstruction, they stopped trying. The lot is fenced off now, condemned, guarded. But the house is still there. Still wrong. Still waiting. The other red list addresses can't be demolished. They're in areas too populated, or the city doesn't have jurisdiction, or every attempt fails for various reasons. So, they remain. And the list keeps growing. I'm a captain now, training new recruits. Last month I had to add 2 more addresses to the red list. We're up to 15 locations now in our district alone. I've heard from firefighters in other cities that they have similar lists. Different addresses, same pattern of wrongness. Something is happening. These spaces are multiplying. The boundaries between normal reality and whatever exists in these wrong places are getting thinner. I still do my job. I still fight fires, save lives, serve the community. But I carry that list in my head now. Those 15 addresses I will never enter no matter what I hear inside. Because I've seen what happens to firefighters who ignore the red list. I've seen the bodies recovered decades after they vanished. I've been lost in impossible geometry and barely made it out. I'm a firefighter and we're trained never to enter certain addresses. It's not cowardice. It's not abandoning people who need help. It's recognizing that some places don't follow the rules we're trained to handle. You can't fight fire that burns in colors that shouldn't exist. You can't rescue people from spaces that are bigger on the inside than the outside. You can't survive in places where time doesn't work right, and reality is negotiable. The red list exists to keep us alive, to make sure we can keep protecting the people and places that can be protected. Because if we lose firefighters to these wrong places, there are fewer of us to help everyone else. I just hope we can maintain the list as it grows. Hope we can keep track of all the wrong places fast enough to warn people away. Because if the wrongness spreads faster, then we can document it. If it becomes impossible to know which addresses are safe and which ones will trap you forever, then we're all in trouble. Last week, I got a call from a firefighter in a city 300 miles away. He'd heard about our red list, wanted to compare notes. His department has 23 addresses on their list. Another captain from a different state reached out with 37. We are starting to network, to share information across departments and cities, trying to find patterns, trying to understand what's happening, and if there's any way to stop it. So far, we don't have answers. We just have lists of addresses that keep getting longer. If you're reading this and you work in emergency services, ask the older guys about the red list, whatever they call it in your area. Ask about the addresses they avoid, the places with weird histories. Document them. Share the information. And if you're a civilian, pay attention to places that feel wrong. Buildings that seem to shift when you're not looking directly at them. Structures that make you disoriented or give you missing time. Locations where the same emergencies happen repeatedly with no logical explanation. Avoid those places. Spread the word. Don't go inside, no matter what you hear. Because the red list addresses are real. They're growing, and they're not just a problem for firefighters anymore. I'm a firefighter. I've spent 11 years learning to save people from danger, but some dangers can't be fought, only avoided. Some fires should be left to burn, and some addresses should never be entered, no matter who's inside asking for help. Remember that. It might save your life. Story 8. My grandfather died 3 months ago, at the age of 92. He'd been a photographer his entire adult life, starting in the 1950s as a photojournalist, and later transitioning to fine art photography. His work had been exhibited in galleries, published in magazines, collected by museums. He was moderately famous in photography circles. I wasn't particularly close to him growing up. He was always traveling, always chasing the next shot, always more interested in his art than in family gatherings. But in his will, he left me his entire collection of cameras and equipment, over 60 cameras spanning 7 decades of photography technology. The lawyer handling the estate said my grandfather had been very specific. The collection was to go to me his only grandchild who'd shown any interest in photography. There was a letter attached, sealed, to be opened only by me. I took the collection home and spent a week cataloging it. Vintage Leicas, classic Nikons, medium-format Hasselblads, even some antique large-format cameras from the early 1900s. The collection was worth a fortune. The letter from my grandfather was brief. It said that among the cameras was one that was special, different from the others. He'd acquired it in 1957 during an assignment in Eastern Europe. The camera showed him things, he wrote. Things that would happen, things that might happen, things that existed in adjacent possibilities. He said he'd used this camera sparingly throughout his career, only when he felt it was absolutely necessary. Some of his most famous photographs had been taken with it. He'd known where to be, when to be there, because the camera had shown him. But there was a cost. The camera demanded payment for its visions. Not money, but moments. Every photograph it took stole a moment from the photographer's life. Not just the instant of the shutter click, but actual lived time. Minutes, hours, sometimes days would vanish from his memory, from his experience. My grandfather said he'd paid dearly over the decades for the images the camera had given him. He'd lost years of his life, blank spaces in his memory, time stolen as payment and for seeing the future. But the photographs had been worth it, he wrote. They'd captured truth in ways that normal cameras never could. He ended the letter with a warning. The camera would reveal itself to me when it was ready. I would know it when I saw it. And once I started using it, I would understand both its power and its price. He advised me to use it carefully, sparingly, only when the photograph was worth the cost. I read the letter 3 times, trying to decide if my grandfather had been senile at the end, or if this was some kind of artistic metaphor I wasn't getting. A camera that photographed the future and stole time as payment sounded like something from a fantasy novel. I went back to examining the collection with new perspective, looking for anything unusual. Most of the cameras were exactly what they appeared to be. Valuable vintage equipment, well-maintained, nothing magical about them. Then I found it. A camera that didn't fit any of the others. It was a medium-format camera, similar to a Rolleiflex in design, but with no manufacturer markings. No serial number, no brand name, nothing to indicate who made it or when. The body was an odd mixture of materials, partially metal, partially something that looked like bone or horn. The lens was flawless, perfectly clear, but seemed to contain depth that shouldn't be possible given its physical size. When I looked through the viewfinder, the image was sharper than any camera I'd ever used, with colors more vivid than reality. I loaded it with film, standard 120 medium format film, and took a test shot of my living room. The moment I pressed the shutter, I felt something. A pulling sensation, like a piece of myself was being drawn into the camera. It lasted only a second, then passed. I finished the roll, taking pictures of various objects around my apartment, then took the film to be developed. I use a local lab run by an older photographer who still does traditional darkroom work. When I picked up the prints 3 days later, the lab owner looked at me strangely. He asked where I'd gotten the film. I said I'd shot it myself over the weekend. He seemed skeptical, but handed over the envelope. The first photograph, the one of my living room, showed my living room, but different. The furniture was rearranged. The wall color was different. And there was a dog lying on the couch. I don't have a dog. The second photograph showed my kitchen. Again, different from reality. New appliances, different curtains, and a woman I didn't recognize making coffee. Every photograph in the roll showed a version of my apartment that didn't match current reality. Same space, but altered. Different furniture, different objects, sometimes different people. Like I'd photographed parallel versions of my life. I went home and compared the photographs to my actual apartment. None of the details in the pictures existed in reality, but they all felt plausible, like they could exist. Then 2 weeks later, I rearranged my furniture. I didn't consciously think about it, just felt like the room would flow better with the couch in a different position. When I finished, I realized I'd arranged it exactly as shown in the first photograph the following month. I adopted a dog from a shelter, a golden retriever that I hadn't been planning to get, but fell in love with when I visited, to write an article about the shelter for the local paper. The dog now lies on my couch in exactly the position shown in that first photograph. The kitchen photograph came true 3 months later when I started dating someone. The woman making coffee in the picture was Emma, my girlfriend, who I met at a photography exhibition. The appliances and curtains I hadn't changed yet, but I suspected I would. The camera had photographed the future. My future. Not distant future, but near future, weeks or months ahead. And the future it showed was apparently the future that would actually happen. I became obsessed with testing this. I loaded new film and photographed different subjects. My street, the park near my house, the coffee shop I frequented. When I got the photos back, they all showed scenes that didn't exist yet, but felt inevitable. The street photograph showed construction equipment and a torn-up road. 2 weeks later, the city started water main repairs. The park photo showed a new playground being installed. A month later, I saw the construction beginning. The coffee shop picture showed it closed with a for lease sign in the window. That worried me. But sure enough, 6 weeks later, the owners announced they were retiring and closing the business. Everything the camera photographed came true. Not possibilities, not maybes, but definite futures. I was seeing what would happen before it happened. I started using it more deliberately. I photographed the front page of newspapers, stock market displays, sports events, anything that might give me useful information about the future. And it worked. Every photograph showed the actual future outcome. But I was also noticing the cost my grandfather had written about. After shooting a roll of film, I'd have gaps in my memory, hours that I couldn't account for. I'd sit down to dinner and suddenly it would be bedtime with no memory of the evening. I'd start a conversation and lose track of what I'd been saying mid-sentence. Emma noticed. She'd reference things I'd supposedly said or done that I had no memory of. Entire dates we'd been on that were blank spaces in my mind. At first she thought I was messing with her. Then she got worried. She suggested I see a doctor. I tried to explain about the camera, showed her the photographs of the future that kept coming true. She looked at me with concern. and said maybe I should take a break from photography, that I was working too hard and getting confused about what I'd shot and when. I couldn't make her understand. The camera was real, the future photographs were real, and the cost was real. I was losing time from my life in exchange for seeing what was coming. I should have stopped using it then. But the power was intoxicating. Knowing the future, even just days or weeks ahead, gave me an incredible advantage. I made money on short-term investments. I avoided problems before they happened. I knew which opportunities to pursue and which to skip. My photography career took off in ways I'd never imagined. I was always in the right place at the right time for the perfect shot. Award-winning images that seemed impossibly lucky. Editors thought I had incredible instincts. Other photographers wanted to know my secret. The secret was that I was cheating. I'd photograph a location, see what would happen there, then return at the right moment with a normal camera to capture it. I wasn't predicting decisive moments. I was seeing them in advance. But the cost kept accumulating. I was losing days now, not just hours. I'd check my phone and see messages from friends about conversations I didn't remember having. I'd find purchases delivered to my apartment that I had no memory of ordering. My life was developing holes, gaps, where time should be, but wasn't. Emma left me after 6 months. She said I wasn't present anymore, that even when I was physically there, I seemed to be somewhere else. She said it felt like dating someone who was only half alive. I wanted to argue, to explain, but I realized she was right. The camera was eating my life. I tried to stop using it. I put it in a closet, covered it, tried to forget about it, but I could feel it in my apartment. A presence, a pull. It wanted to be used, and I wanted to use it. After 2 weeks of not touching it, I broke down. I loaded film and went out shooting. The future photographs were like a drug. Each one showed me something I needed to know, something I could use, and each one cost me a little more of myself. I started documenting the cost, taking notes immediately after shooting, trying to track how much time I was losing per photograph. The pattern was inconsistent. Sometimes a single shot would cost me an hour. Other times, an entire roll would eat a whole day. I realized it wasn't about the number of photographs. It was about the significance of what I was photographing. Mundane futures, things that would happen regardless of my knowledge, cost less. But important moments, events that mattered, events where foreknowledge could change outcomes, those cost more. The camera was pricing the photographs based on their value to me. I decided to test the limits. I photographed myself, pointed the camera at a mirror, and took my own portrait. When I got the print back, I saw myself older. Not much older, maybe a year or two. But I looked wrong. Hollow. Like something essential had been carved out of me. That photograph cost me a week. 7 days just gone. I came to consciousness on my apartment floor, with no memory of how I got there. My phone showed me I'd missed work, missed appointments, had dozens of worried messages from people I'd apparently ghosted. The photograph of my future self was a warning. If I kept using the camera, that hollow version of myself was what I would become. A person with holes where their life should be more absent than present, paying pieces of their existence for glimpses of things to come. I should have destroyed the camera then. Smashed it, burned it, thrown it in a river. But I couldn't. It was too valuable, too powerful, and part of me wondered if I could find a way to use it without paying the price. I started researching. My grandfather's papers included notebooks where he'd documented his own use of the camera. He'd struggled with the same addiction, the same cost. He'd lost his first marriage to it, lost relationships with his children, lost years of his life. But he'd also found ways to manage it. He wrote about learning to accept the cost, to budget his time carefully. He'd decide in advance what was worth photographing, what futures were worth the price of admission. Near the end of his notebooks, he wrote about trying to photograph further into the future. He theorized that the camera showed the most probable timeline, the future that would happen if things continued on their current trajectory. But what if you photographed far enough ahead? What if you tried to see past your own decisions, past the changes you might make based on the knowledge? His last entry was about attempting to photograph his own death. He wanted to know when and how, so he could prepare, make peace, set things in order. The entry ended mid-sentence. I found the photograph in a separate envelope. It showed my grandfather in a hospital bed, old and frail, but peaceful. The timestamp on the photo was from 1958, over 60 years before his actual death. He'd seen his end when he was barely 30 years old. He'd lived his entire life knowing exactly how it would finish. And according to the photograph, he died peacefully, surrounded by family, which is exactly how it happened. But what had it cost him to take that photograph? How much of his life had he paid to see his own death? There was no note indicating the price, but I suspected it had been enormous. I realized my grandfather had left me the camera not as a gift, but as a test, or maybe a curse. He wanted to see if I would make better choices than he had, if I would use it more wisely, or if I would fall into the same trap. I made a decision. I would take one more photograph with the camera, one final future image, and then I would put it away forever. I wanted to photograph something meaningful, something worth the cost. I thought about photographing Emma, seeing if we had a future together. But that felt manipulative, like I'd be trying to cheat fate rather than accept it. Instead, I photographed the city. My city, from a high vantage point that showed the skyline. I wanted to see what was coming for all of us, not just for me personally. The photograph came back showing a city I recognized but changed. Some buildings were different. The skyline had shifted, but it wasn't disaster or apocalypse. Just change, the natural evolution of a city over time. It was beautiful in its own way. That photograph cost me 2 weeks. I lost half a month of my life to see a future that I couldn't change or affect. Just proof that the world would go on, would continue evolving, whether I was fully present in it or not. When I came back to myself after those lost 2 weeks, I found that Emma had reached out. She'd sent messages asking if I was okay, saying she was worried about me. The dates on the messages fell within the time I'd lost. I realized that while I was paying the camera with pieces of my life, the life I still had was passing by. Real moments, real experiences, real relationships were happening, and I was missing them. Not because the camera was stealing them, but because I was choosing to let it. I packed the camera away, put it in its case, wrapped it carefully, and stored it in the back of my closet. I can still feel it there, waiting. It will always wait. The camera is patient in ways that humans aren't. I still have my grandfather's entire collection. I use the other cameras, the normal ones, for my work. My photography is less impossibly lucky now, more honestly earned. I miss moments sometimes, arrive too late or too early. But the photos I take are mine, captured through skill and timing, rather than foreknowledge. Emma and I got back together. She said I seemed more present, more like myself again. I didn't tell her about the camera or the missing weeks. Some things are better left unexplained. Sometimes I'm tempted to use the camera again, when I'm facing a difficult decision, when I wish I could see the outcome before choosing. The camera sits in my closet, offering answers to every question, solutions to every uncertainty. But I remember my grandfather's hollow eyes in that hospital bed, the peaceful death he had photographed 60 years in advance. All those decades between the photograph and the reality, lived with the knowledge of how it would end. Knowledge of the future isn't freedom. It's a different kind of prison. You stop living in the present because you're always looking ahead to what's coming. And you pay for that sight with the only currency that matters: time itself. My grandfather left me his camera and taught me that some photographs aren't worth taking. Some futures are better discovered as they happen. Some moments should be experienced rather than previewed. I haven't destroyed the camera. I can't bring myself to do it. It's too unique, too powerful, too historically significant. It's part of my grandfather's legacy, part of photography history, even if that history is secret. But I also won't use it again. Not for myself. The price is too high, and the payoff too hollow. I'd rather live my life fully, present for all of it, than trade pieces of my existence for glimpses of what's to come. The camera sits in my closet, waiting. It will always wait. It's patient in ways that cameras shouldn't be. Sometimes at night, I swear I can feel it pulling at me, offering visions, demanding payment. And sometimes, in my weakest moments, I consider it. One more photograph. Just one. To see if Emma and I make it. To see if my career works out. To see if I'm making the right choices. But I resist. Because I learned what my grandfather spent a lifetime learning. The future is supposed to be unknown. We're meant to walk into it blind, making choices without certainty, living each moment as it comes. That's not a limitation. It's what makes life worth living. My grandfather left me his old camera, and now I can photograph things that haven't happened yet. But I choose not to, because the best photographs aren't of the future or the past. They're of the present moment, captured as it happens, lived fully before the shutter clicks. That's the real lesson. That's what my grandfather wanted me to learn. The camera is still there, still waiting, still offering futures in exchange for presents. But I'm done paying that price. I choose to live my life in real time, blind to what's coming, present for what's here. The camera can wait forever. I only have so many moments left. I'm not trading any more of them for photographs. Story 9. I've been working the night shift at Mel's Diner for 2 years now. It's one of those classic American diners. Chrome and red vinyl, open 24 hours, serving coffee and pie to insomniacs, third shifters, and people with nowhere else to go at 4 a.m. The pay is decent, the work is easy, and I like the quiet of the overnight hours. Most nights are predictable. We get the same regulars. Truck drivers stopping for coffee and breakfast. Nurses from the hospital down the street grabbing food after their shifts. College students cramming for exams. The occasional drunk stumbling in after the bars close. You learn the patterns, learn the faces, learn who tips well, and who's going to be difficult. But there's one regular who doesn't fit any pattern I can understand. We call him the 3 a.m. guy, though none of us know his actual name. He comes in every single night at exactly 3 a.m, sits in the same booth in the back corner, orders the same thing, and leaves at exactly 3:45. I noticed him my first week on the job. You can't help but notice someone who's that precise, that consistent. My coworker Sarah told me he'd been coming in for years, long before she started working there. The previous night shift waitress had mentioned him. The cook said he remembered the guy from a decade ago. At first, I thought he was just extremely routine-oriented. Some people are like that, find comfort in exact patterns. But the more I observed him, the more I realized something was off. He never ages. I've been watching him for 2 years, and he looks exactly the same as the first night I saw him. Same clothes, same haircut, same everything. And I mean exactly the same. He wears a gray suit that looks like it's from the 1950s, perfectly pressed, never a wrinkle or stain. His hair is styled with pomade in that old-fashioned way. He could be anywhere from 30 to 50 years old. It's impossible to tell. He always orders black coffee, scrambled eggs, white toast, and a slice of apple pie. He eats slowly, methodically, finishing everything on his plate. He reads a newspaper while he eats, an actual physical newspaper that he brings with him. But here's the thing. The newspaper is always the same. I got close enough once to see the date. March 15th, 1958. He's reading a newspaper from over 60 years ago. The same issue, every night. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she said she'd noticed that too. She'd also noticed that he never interacts with anyone. If you try to make small talk, he'll respond politely but briefly, then return to his newspaper. His voice is strange, flat, like he's reciting lines from a script. The cook, an older guy named Pete, who'd been working at the diner since the 80s, told me something that made my skin crawl. He said the 3 a.m. guy had been coming in since at least 1985. Pete had been on the night shift back then and remembered asking the previous cook about the strange regular. That cook had said the guy had been coming in since the 70s. If that was true, if the same person had been coming to this diner every night at 3 a.m. for over 40 years, wearing the same clothes, reading the same newspaper, ordering the same food, and never aging, then he wasn't human. Or if he was human, something was very wrong. I started documenting his visits, taking notes about everything he did, looking for any variation in the pattern. There never was any. He arrived at 3:00 a.m., according to the clock on the wall. Not 2:59 or 3:01, but exactly on the hour. He sat in the same booth, ordered the same food in the same words, ate for exactly 45 minutes, left a $5 bill on the table, which was the exact cost of his meal plus a decent tip. Then he walked out at exactly 3:45 a.m. Where did he come from? Where did he go? I tried following him once on my break. He walked out of the diner, turned left, walked to the end of the block, and then he just wasn't there anymore. He didn't go around a corner or get into a car. He just ceased to exist mid-stride. I went back to that spot the next night, watched carefully. Same thing. He reached a certain point on the sidewalk and vanished. Not faded or dissolved. Just one moment he was there, and the next he wasn't. Like someone had cut him out of reality. I told Pete about this, and he nodded like it wasn't surprising. He said he'd tried following the guy back in 1987 and saw the same thing. He said a waitress in the 90s had tried to stop the guy from leaving once, grabbed his arm to ask him a question. She said his skin was cold, not just cool, but actually cold, like touching ice. She quit the next day and never came back. I became obsessed with figuring out what the 3 a.m. guy was. I researched everything I could find about the diner's history. The building was constructed in 1955, opened as Mel's Diner in 1956, and had been operating continuously ever since. I found old photos, old menus, old newspaper articles about the place. In a photo from 1958, I found him. The 3 a.m. guy, sitting in the same booth, wearing the same suit, reading a newspaper. The caption said the photo was taken in March 1958 to showcase the diner's late-night service. March 1958. The same month and year as the newspaper he reads every night. I kept digging and found something else. An article from March 16th, 1958, about a fatal accident. A man had been hit by a car at 3:45 a.m. on the street corner right outside the diner. The man was never identified. He'd been dressed in a gray suit, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and wasn't carrying any identification. The article said witnesses reported the man had walked out of Mel's Diner moments before being struck. He'd stepped off the curb and the car came out of nowhere. The driver, who was later cleared of any wrongdoing, said the man had appeared in front of his vehicle without warning, like he'd materialized out of thin air. I showed the article to Pete. He read it slowly, then looked up at me with this expression of dawning horror. He said when the waitress had grabbed the 3 a.m. guy's arm in the 90s, she'd said he looked at her with complete confusion, like he didn't understand what was happening. Then he gently pulled his arm away and continued walking to the door, following his pattern. Pete theorized that the 3 a.m. guy was stuck in a loop. He'd been at the diner on March 15th, 1958, having his usual late-night meal. Then he'd left at 3:45 a.m. and been killed. But somehow, instead of dying, he'd gotten trapped in that 45-minute period. Every night he repeats those same 45 minutes, eating the same meal, reading the same newspaper, completely unaware that he's been dead for over 60 years. It was a ghost story. It had to be. But it didn't feel like any ghost story I'd heard. Ghosts are supposed to be ephemeral, translucent, scary. The 3 a.m. guy was solid, tangible. He ate real food. He left real money. He just wasn't alive in the normal sense. I decided to try communicating with him more directly. The next night, when he came in, I brought his usual order without him asking. He looked up from his newspaper with that flat expression and thanked me. I asked him what the date was. He said it was March 15th, 1958. Said it with complete conviction, like it was an obvious fact. I asked what he'd been doing that day, before coming to the diner. He said he'd been at work, putting in overtime at the factory. He was an accountant at a manufacturing plant. He'd worked late and decided to get some food before going home. His name was Harold. Harold Weiss. He was 36 years old. He lived in an apartment 2 blocks away. He came to this diner several times a week because the food was good and they were open late. I asked if he knew what year it was right now. He looked at me confused and said again that it was 1958. I showed him my phone. He stared at it without comprehension, like I was showing him alien technology. I showed him the date on the phone. March 2024. Harold's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Confusion. Maybe fear. He looked down at his newspaper, then back at me. He said that couldn't be right. He'd just been reading about President Eisenhower. He was going home after this to watch television. They were broadcasting a new episode of his favorite show. I didn't know what to say. How do you tell someone they've been dead for 66 years, that they've been repeating the same night, the same meal, the same 45 minutes, over and over thousands of times? I told him gently that something had happened to him, that he'd left the diner on March 15th, 1958, and there had been an accident. I showed him the article on my phone, the one about the unidentified man killed outside the diner. Harold read it slowly. His hands started shaking. He put down the newspaper and just stared at the article. Then he looked up at me and asked if he was dead. I said I didn't know. I said he came here every night, always at the same time, always doing the same things. I said I thought maybe he was stuck, repeating the last good memory he had before the accident. Harold was quiet for a long time. Then he asked what happened to the world. What happened in all the years since 1958. I tried to summarize 66 years of history in a few minutes. Civil rights movement, moon landing, computers, internet, everything that had changed. He listened with this expression of profound sadness. Then, he said he remembered dying. Not the impact, but the moment after. He remembered standing on the street corner, confused, seeing his body on the ground. He remembered walking back into the diner because he didn't know what else to do. He remembered sitting down at his usual booth and picking up his newspaper. He'd thought it was a dream at first. A strange nightmare. But then it kept happening. Every night he'd arrive at the diner at 3 a.m., have his meal, leave, and then everything would reset. He was aware of the loop for the first few years, terrified, trying to break it. But eventually he stopped resisting. It was easier to just accept it, to let the pattern run. Over time, he'd lost the awareness. The loop became his entire reality. He forgot that it was repeating, forgot about the accident, forgot everything except those 45 minutes in the diner. That was his entire existence now, eating scrambled eggs and reading about a world that no longer existed. I asked if he wanted to break the loop, if there was anything I could do to help him move on. Harold thought about this. Then he said he didn't know how. He'd tried everything in those early years, tried not coming to the diner, but he'd always find himself there anyway at 3 a.m., tried staying past 3:45, but he'd always end up walking to the door, tried going different directions when he left, but he always ended up at that same corner where the accident happened. The loop was absolute. He couldn't break it from inside. I researched everything I could about breaking curses, releasing spirits, helping ghosts move on. Most of it was nonsense, but I tried everything that seemed even remotely plausible. I burned sage in the diner. I put salt lines around Harold's booth. I tried to get a priest to come bless the place, but he looked at me like I was crazy. Nothing worked. Harold kept coming back every night at 3 a.m., but something had changed. He was aware now. Every night when he came in, he recognized me. He'd remember our previous conversations. The loop was still running, but his consciousness was no longer trapped in it. He was experiencing it rather than being absorbed by it. We started talking every night during his 45 minutes. He told me about his life in 1958. His job, his apartment, his hobbies. He'd never married, didn't have much family. The diner had been his social life, the closest thing he had to a routine that made him feel connected to the world. I told him about the modern world, showed him things on my phone, videos and photos and websites. He was fascinated and horrified by how much had changed. He said it felt like being unstuck from time, like being a visitor from the past in a future he'd never get to live. One night I asked what he wanted. If he could break the loop, what would he do? He thought for a long time. Then he said he just wanted to rest. He'd been having the same meal, sitting in the same booth, reading the same newspaper for over 60 years. He was tired, more tired than he could express. The loop might have preserved him, but it hadn't given him peace. I asked if he'd tried not finishing his meal, if maybe completing the pattern was what kept the loop going. Harold said he'd thought of that, but he'd never been able to stop eating. The loop controlled his actions as much as his location. He could be aware of what he was doing, but he couldn't change the sequence, unless someone interrupted it from outside. I understood what he was asking. The next night, when Harold came in at 3 a.m. and ordered his usual meal, I brought him everything except the pie. I told him I was sorry we'd run out of apple pie. It was a lie, we had plenty, but I needed to break the pattern. Harold looked at me with gratitude and fear. Without the pie, his meal was incomplete. The pattern was broken. We waited to see what would happen at 3:45. When the clock hit the time he usually left, Harold stood up. He looked disoriented, like he wasn't sure what to do without the completed pattern to guide him. He walked to the door, turned back to look at me, and said thank you. Then he walked outside and I followed him. He headed toward that corner where he always vanished, but this time he kept walking past it. He didn't disappear. He just kept walking down the street, further than I'd ever seen him go. I watched until he turned a corner several blocks away and was gone. Really gone. Not vanished, but actually gone somewhere. The loop was broken. Harold never came back to the diner. That was 4 months ago. The night shift feels emptier without him. The booth in the back corner stays empty at 3 a.m. now. Sometimes I still make scrambled eggs and toast at that time, out of habit, but there's no one to serve them to. I asked Pete if he remembered the nights before Harold started coming in, before 1958. He said he didn't, but the original owner of the diner had died in the 70s. Maybe someone from back then would have known if there were other loops, other ghosts trapped in patterns. I did more research on the building. Found out it was built on the site of an earlier restaurant that burned down in 1948. Before that, it was a boarding house. Before that, undeveloped land. Each layer of history potentially holding its own trapped souls, its own repeating patterns. I wonder how many loops are running around us all the time. How many people are stuck in their own version of Harold's 45 minutes, repeating the same actions over and over, without even knowing it? How many ghosts are sitting in their usual spots, ordering their usual meals, reading their usual newspapers, trapped in time? And I wonder where Harold went when he broke free. Did he finally die properly? Did he move on to whatever comes after? Or did he just step into a different loop, a different pattern, still trapped but in a new way? I work at a 24-hour diner, and our 3 a.m. regular isn't human. Or wasn't human. Or is somewhere between human and ghost, caught in a loop of his own last normal moment. I helped him break free, but I don't know if I saved him or just released him into a bigger confusion. I don't know if there was a right answer. All I know is that every night at 3 a.m., I still look at that back corner booth expecting to see Harold in his gray suit reading his 1958 newspaper. The pattern is broken, but the memory remains. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of someone sitting there, gone when I look directly, but present in my peripheral vision. Maybe it's Harold checking in. Maybe it's another loop starting. Maybe it's just my imagination filling the empty space. The diner is still open 24 hours. We still serve coffee and pie to whoever needs it at 3 a.m. But now, I look at every regular a little differently, wondering if they're stuck in their own loops, wondering if the patterns they follow are choices or compulsions, wondering how many of them are actually alive versus just repeating a sequence they can't escape. I work the night shift at Mel's Diner. It's quiet, predictable, and most nights nothing strange happens. But I'll never forget the regular who came in every night at exactly 3 a.m. for over 60 years, trapped in a 45-minute loop, unaware he'd been dead since 1958. And I'll never know for sure if I helped him find peace or just moved him from one cage to another. The booth in the back corner is empty now. The clock still hits 3 a.m. every night. And somewhere out there, I hope Harold Weiss is finally resting. Or maybe he's found a new diner, a new routine, a new loop to fall into. Maybe that's all any of us are doing. Finding our patterns, following our sequences, until someone or something breaks us free. I work at a 24-hour diner. If you come in at 3 a.m., I'll serve you coffee and eggs and pie, and I'll wonder if you're real or if you're stuck too. Because after Harold, I know that the line between living and repeating is thinner than most people think. Story 10. I've been working as a commercial diver and underwater welder for 8 years. It's dangerous work, but the pay is incredible, and there's something about being that far underwater that appeals to me. The silence, the darkness, the knowledge that you're in an environment that can kill you in dozens of ways if you make one mistake. Most of my jobs are on oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. Routine maintenance, repairs, inspections. We go down in diving bells, work in teams, follow strict protocols. Everything is planned, rehearsed, safe as we can make it. The ocean doesn't forgive mistakes, so we don't make them. Last month, I was part of a crew working on an unusual job. A research vessel had lost some equipment during a deep water survey. The equipment had landed at about 2,000 feet, sitting on a ledge on the continental shelf. They needed divers to go down and recover it. The depth was at the extreme limit of what we could handle, but the company was paying triple our normal rate. There were 4 of us on the dive team. Myself, a guy named Marcus, who'd been diving for 15 years, and 2 younger divers, Chen and Rodriguez. We'd all worked together before, trusted each other. The plan was straightforward. Go down in the bell, locate the equipment using sonar and cameras, attach lift bags, bring it up. The descent took over an hour. At 2,000 feet, the pressure is enormous. Over 60 atmospheres. We were breathing a helium-oxygen mix that made our voices sound like cartoon characters. The diving bell was cramped, dark except for our lights, and the temperature dropped steadily as we went deeper. When we reached the bottom, the first thing I noticed was how flat it was. We'd landed on what looked like a perfectly smooth plain of sediment. Not natural. The ocean floor is usually uneven, covered in rocks and debris and marine growth. This looked swept clean. Marcus noticed it too. He commented over the comm system that something felt wrong about the site. Chen laughed and said we were getting paid too much to worry about the floor being too clean, but I could hear the nervousness in his voice. We exited the bell and started searching for the lost equipment. Our lights only penetrated maybe 20 feet in the murky water. Everything beyond that was absolute darkness. We moved slowly, methodically, following the coordinates we'd been given. Rodriguez found the equipment first. It was a cylindrical probe, about 6 feet long, partially buried in the sediment. We started clearing around it, preparing to attach the lift bags. That's when Chen's light caught something in the distance. It was a structure, not natural rock formation, but something built, geometric. At 2,000 feet below the surface, in the middle of the ocean, there was a building. We weren't supposed to deviate from the mission. The protocol was clear. Recover the equipment, return to the bell, surface. But we were all staring at that structure, unable to process what we were seeing. Buildings don't exist at 2,000 feet below the ocean surface. Not modern buildings. Not anything recognizable. Marcus made the decision to investigate. He said we'd take 5 minutes, just get close enough to see what it was, then return to the job. The surface crew was monitoring our conversation, but they didn't object. I think they were as curious as we were. We swam toward the structure, moving in formation, keeping each other in sight. As we got closer, the scale became apparent. It wasn't a single building. It was a complex. Multiple structures, all the same geometric style, arranged in a pattern that looked almost like a city grid. The structures were made of something that looked like stone, but reflected our lights in a way stone shouldn't. The surfaces were covered in markings, symbols that definitely weren't any language I recognized, and the whole complex was remarkably preserved. No marine growth, no damage from currents or pressure, like it had been placed there recently, even though the design looked ancient. Chen approached one of the structures and reached out to touch it. Marcus yelled at him to stop, but it was too late. Chen's gloved hand made contact with the surface. Every light we had went out simultaneously. Complete darkness at 2,000 feet below the surface. We all started calling out on the comms, trying to stay calm, trying to locate each other. Then the lights came back on, but they were different. Brighter somehow, and tinged with a color I can't describe. Not blue, or green, or any normal light color. Something else. And we could see the city clearly now. The structures were glowing with that same impossible color, pulsing in a rhythm that felt organic. Like the whole complex was breathing. Rodriguez started screaming. His vitals monitor showed his heart rate spiking. He was yelling that something was in the water with us. Something big. Something moving between the buildings. Marcus tried to calm him down, but I could see it too. Shadows that moved wrong, that had mass and intent but no clear form. Marcus ordered an immediate abort. We turned to head back to the diving bell, and realized we'd gotten turned around. The bell should have been directly behind us, maybe 50 yards away. But in every direction, all we could see was the glowing city stretching out infinitely. We'd moved maybe 30 feet from the bell. There was no way we could be lost. But we were. Chen suggested we follow our tether lines back. every diver has a line connecting them to the bell. But when we looked, our lines just disappeared into the sediment at our feet. They weren't leading back to the bell. They were going down into the ocean floor itself. The surface crew was calling frantically, asking for our position, saying our telemetry was showing impossible readings. We tried to explain what was happening, but I don't think they believed us. How could they? We barely believed it ourselves. Then the structures started changing. The walls became transparent, and we could see inside them. There were things in there. Not equipment or furniture, but organisms. Massive, geometric creatures that looked like they were made of the same material as the buildings. They weren't moving, but I could feel them watching us. Marcus, keeping his voice steady despite everything, said we needed to pick a direction and swim. Eventually, we'd hit the edge of whatever this place was and find our way back to normal ocean floor. We chose what we thought was north and started swimming. We swam for what felt like hours, but our dive computers said was only minutes. Time was wrong here, elastic. The city never ended. Every direction showed more glowing structures, more impossible geometry, more of those things, watching from inside the transparent walls. Rodriguez had stopped screaming and gone silent. His breathing on the comm was rapid and shallow. Chen was praying in Mandarin. Marcus kept trying to raise the surface crew, but was only getting static. I noticed something about the symbols on the buildings. They were changing, rearranging themselves as we watched, and the more I looked at them, the more they almost made sense. Like my brain was being rewired to understand a language that shouldn't be comprehensible to humans. That's when I realized what this place was. Not a city, not ruins. It was something alive, and we'd woken it up when Chen touched that first structure. The buildings, the creatures inside them, the glowing, the symbols. All of it was part of one massive organism that existed at the bottom of the ocean. And we were inside it now. Marcus figured it out at the same time. He said we needed to stop moving, stop interacting with the environment. We were feeding it information every time we touched something, looked at something, tried to navigate. It was learning from us. We froze in place, hanging in the water, trying to become as inert as possible. The glowing around us intensified. The symbols cycled faster. The creatures in the walls pressed against the transparent surfaces, like they were trying to reach us. Then everything went dark again. Real dark. Normal dark. Our lights came back on. Normal lights, showing normal, murky water. The city was gone. We were floating above the flat sediment plain, the diving bell clearly visible 20 feet away. We didn't discuss it. We just swam back to the bell as fast as we could and sealed ourselves inside. Marcus called for immediate ascent, and the surface crew complied without question. The ascent took even longer than the descent, because we had to decompress properly, but none of us spoke during the entire trip up. When we finally surfaced and were brought back aboard the ship, the first thing they told us was that we'd only been down for 40 minutes total, but our dive computers showed we'd been underwater for over 6 hours. Our air supplies, which should have been exhausted, were barely touched. None of the data made sense. The research equipment we'd been sent to recover was in the diving bell with us. We had no memory of attaching it or bringing it back, but there it was, secured and ready for retrieval. The company doctors checked us over. Physically, we were fine. No signs of nitrogen narcosis or oxygen toxicity. Mentally was another story. Rodriguez refused to talk about what happened. Chen quit diving immediately and moved back to Taiwan. Marcus stayed in the industry, but won't take jobs deeper than 500 feet. I tried to explain what we'd seen to the researchers who'd hired us. They listened politely and said the human mind can play tricks under pressure at extreme depths. They thanked us for recovering their equipment and paid us the agreed-upon rate. The data from our dive computers was classified as corrupted and discarded. But I pulled the footage from my helmet camera before they could confiscate it. 3 hours of video from a dive that supposedly only lasted 40 minutes. The footage shows everything. The glowing city, the transparent structures, the creatures inside, the symbols that almost make sense if you watch them long enough. I've watched the footage dozens of times. Each time I watch it, I understand the symbols a little better. They're instructions, I think. Or coordinates. Information about how to find that place again, how to enter it properly, how to communicate with what lives there. I showed the footage to a marine biologist I know. She watched it once and refused to watch it again. She said the creatures in the transparent walls weren't like anything in any known taxonomy. Their body structure, their symmetry, their apparent method of movement, none of it matched any evolutionary path she could identify. She said they looked designed rather than evolved. I contacted Marcus about a month after the dive, asked him if he'd been experiencing anything unusual. He was quiet for a long time, then asked if I'd been seeing the symbols in my sleep. I had. We both had. The symbols from the city appearing in our dreams, rearranging themselves, conveying meaning we couldn't quite articulate. He said Chen had contacted him too, from Taiwan. Same experience. The symbols appearing in dreams, in reflections, in the patterns of shadows. Like the city was still communicating with us, still trying to teach us its language. Rodriguez killed himself 2 weeks after the dive, jumped off a bridge. His suicide note was just page after page of those symbols, drawn over and over. His family had it analyzed. The patterns were identical to the markings we'd seen on the structures at 2,000 feet. The research vessel that hired us for the recovery mission went back to that location with different equipment. Better sonar, more sophisticated cameras. They found nothing. Just flat sediment and normal ocean floor. Whatever had been there, whatever city or organism or impossible thing we'd encountered, it was gone, or hidden, or existing in some state we couldn't detect with normal instruments. But I know it's still there. I can feel it pulling at me sometimes, especially when I'm underwater. A pressure that isn't physical, a presence that wants me to come back. The symbols in my dreams are getting clearer, more insistent. I'm starting to understand what they mean. They're coordinates, but not geographic coordinates. Coordinates in some other dimension, some other way of defining location. Instructions for how to reach that place, without a diving bell, without air tanks, without physical body. The city exists at 2,000 feet below the surface, but it also exists everywhere, and nowhere. It's a threshold, a doorway into something else. I haven't told anyone about understanding the symbols. If I did, they'd think I was losing my mind like Rodriguez did. Maybe I am. But the understanding feels real. Feels like waking up rather than going crazy. The city wasn't built. It grew. It's been there for millions of years, long before humans existed, long before any civilization we know about. And it's not alone. There are others like it, scattered across the ocean floor, waiting to be discovered by curious divers or unlucky research teams. They're not malevolent. I don't think they mean us harm, but they're fundamentally alien, operating under rules that don't match our reality. Interacting with them changes you, rewires something fundamental in your brain, makes you see that the universe is stranger and bigger than we're meant to understand. I'm writing this as a warning and as a record. If you're a commercial diver, if you work at extreme depths, pay attention to places that feel wrong. Sediment that's too smooth, structures that don't match any known architecture, lights or sounds that shouldn't exist 2,000 feet below the surface. If you find something like what we found, don't touch it. Don't investigate. Surface immediately and report it as a hazard. Because once you interact with it, Once it becomes aware of you, it doesn't let go. It follows you up, invades your dreams, teaches you its language whether you want to learn or not. I'm going back down. I've chartered a boat and hired a crew who'll drop me at those coordinates. I'm not going in a diving bell this time. Just me, saturation diving equipment, and the understanding I've gained from months of studying the symbols. Marcus thinks I'm making a mistake. He begged me not to go. Said Rodriguez's death should be warning enough. But I need to know what that place really is, why it exists, what it wants from us. The symbols promise answers. They promise understanding of things we're not supposed to understand. The ocean is deeper than we thought, not in physical depth, but in the layers of reality it contains. And I'm going to dive into those layers. If you're reading this, it means I either didn't come back, or I came back changed. Either way, remember that there are things at the bottom of the ocean that don't belong to our version of reality. Ancient things, patient things, things that wait in the darkness for curious humans to stumble into their realm. I'm a deep-sea welder, and we found something at 2,000 feet that shouldn't exist. Now, it's found me, and I'm going back to find it again. The symbols are calling. The city is waiting. The ocean has secrets deeper than any trench. I'm diving tomorrow. If I surface, I'll update this. If I don't, let this be a warning to anyone who works in the deep places. The ocean floor is not empty. It's inhabited by geometries older than life itself. And they're watching, always watching, waiting for the next curious diver to wake them up.